I never felt love like that on the first date. Breaking my back, overthinking is the worst way. Promise I could be your best friend if you let me. Promise I could be your best man if you're impressed. Cause I never felt love like that on the first date. Questioning my sanity, but you bring out the best in me. And I can check my clock, cause I think the time is checking me. And running around the die, cause I think someone's ahead of me. Cause I never felt love like that on the first date. Breaking my back, overthinking is the worst way. Promise I could be your best friend if you let me. Promise I could be your best man if you're impressed. Cause I never felt love like that on the first date. Questioning my sanity, but you bring out the best in me. And I can check my clock, cause I think the time is checking me. And running around the die, cause I think someone's ahead of me. Love like that on the first date. Breaking my back, overthinking is the worst way. Promise I could be your best friend if you let me. If you impress me, cause I never felt love like that on the first date. Questioning my sanity, but you bring out the best in me. And I can check my clock, cause I think the time is checking me. And running around the die, cause I think someone's ahead of me. No one's ahead of me, no one's ahead of me, My anger laughs and I know I won't cry and crash. I wouldn't crash if I knew I would burn. I wouldn't crash if I knew I would burn. I wouldn't crash if I knew I would burn. I swear I wouldn't crash if I knew I would burn. I wouldn't crash if I knew I would.
Yeah, this song slaps, doesn't it? That was the previous one, though. You might have to give it a second. This one's by Coldface. I'm glad you guys like my music. I appreciate that a lot. Alright! I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, shit! I dropped something. It's fine, it's all fine. Ugh. Could you take this? Thank you. I dropped Tzatziki on the floor. Oh. Gross. It's okay, she good. Hello, hello, hello. Tzatziki. Yeah. Floor tzatziki. Delicious. Good thing the PC's on the other side. Well, here is not where the PC is. The PC's all the way over there. Okay, here's the layout, so you guys can stop stressing out. No, just a tiny bit. I got it already. Not a big deal. Desk, monitors, nothing, window, PC. There. So when I drop stuff on my lap, there's nothing here. There's not even any cables. It's just me. And, yeah, this needs paint. I think you're right. I think you're correct. I think it does need paint. Alright, let's do that. Come here. Okay. Where's my phone? I can't change the hue lights without it. Slade, would you mind calling my phone? Thank you. Since you're in, I can use you. Thanks for the follow, Frank, and I appreciate that. Okay, so listen, come with me. All right. This. Okay, this is. I'll do it from my perspective. This is me. Okay, that's me. And I'm sat down here, right? And then here is desk. Okay. I've actually got two desks. Like that. Right. And then here's monitor where MS Paint is. And then here's another monitor where you are. Right? This is the window. There's a radiator here. Sometimes I put things on the radiator. So if you hear me leaning down, that's what that is. This is the window. So I'll put like a little tree there. That's a tree and there's some sun. Okay. The window's not that big, but still. Right? And then the computer. Well. Here's the door. That's the door. Okay, and the computer is here. You see? So when I drop like things on my lap, it's really only me. It's nowhere near the computer. Now, if I was to knock something, like if I was to sweep something that way, then we should worry. You see? And the reason I'm doing this is because every single time I spill something, 3 of you guys go, no, the PC! We're okay. We're okay. All the cables go round the back like that as well. So there's no cables around me. And I did that on purpose so that I wouldn't spill anything on the PC. There you go. Yes? Yes. Cool. Where's the fake hurricane? Like around here. But don't worry, it misses the PC too. And then like, it's a double hurricane from either end. So the PC is right by the desk on the floor. Yes, it's also right by the door as well. And my door doesn't open all the way. So when I come in with my hot coffee in the morning, the coffee is over the PC as I walk in. It's not a perfect solution. But here it goes. Am I allergic to electrostatic waves? I am allergic to electrostatic waves. It gives me hives. You remembered. Cleedum, can you call my phone? Did you do that already? Oh, I have music on. Also, this is baklava. Ignore this. I put my baklava on my other PC. Thank you, I found it! Hell yeah. Let's go. Thank you. You did, yeah, sorry, I had music blaring in my ears, that's on me. It's my bad. Now we can be purple. You still have leftover baklava. I know, I ordered so much. We're getting through it, but slowly. Was it on the floor? The PC? Yeah, see that white thing there? That's my PC. That one is on the floor, but it's like very far away. It's fine. I use it as a baklava shelf. That's not true. Well, I did for that one particular moment. I don't do it on purpose. Twitch colored. Yes, exactly. So they get confused and they don't ban me. Exactly, that's what it's for. It's all manipulation. If you're purple, and this is the reason I do it, if you're purple, they get confused whether or not it's someone else's stream or their own. So you fly under the radar. It's true. That's how it works, because it's all algorithms and bots, right? No one's actually manually approving these things. That, it was genuinely, that's so much, it was so much baklava, and that's half of it. That's half of it. I know, I accidentally ordered 4 of them. I didn't mean to, it was a mistake, I pressed the wrong button. So much. Yeah, they're like, oh, that's HQ, exactly. I always get baklava mixed up with souvlaki. Very different experience, I would say. Very different experience. I think I would be quite alarmed if I was expecting baklava and it was souvlaki. I think I would be pretty alarmed. Bite into it and it's just like pork. Ugh. Hi, Alkans! Perry? Oh my god, hi! What are you doing here? Hello, how are you doing? Imagine being able to mind control but not order things online. I know, story of my life. Genuinely. It was really awkward because I had a meeting with a very, very cool lady. She's the CEO of Emotive, and I got to meet her in person. It was very cool. She's such an icon. I'm fangirling a little bit. Anyway, but I got to talk to her. I got to have coffee with her. And at the end, she was like, let's add each other on WhatsApp. So there's a thing on WhatsApp where you add yourself with QR codes or whatever. And I knew about this, and I've done it 3 times before, but for some reason I just couldn't do it. I could do it, I was just very slow, and I was using one finger, and I was like... And there's nothing wrong with my vision, but I did do the old person. QR, and it was like very, very tricky. And this was after we were talking about like foundational models and mind control gaming and BCI and how to create more mental commands and stimulate your brain and blah blah blah. We were talking about all of these things. And then at the end I was like, QR code. What does it mean? Hurricanes are a conspiracy? Ow. Wait, no, I pussied out. Wait, no, wait. Zagged slap. I went for the keyboard to soften, to cushion my hand. Anyway, it worked. It was much more of a cushion. Yes! Hurricanes are a conspiracy! God damn it! Hurricanes are a conspiracy! None of them are real! Everyone who said they've been in a hurricane are lying! But Perry, that's an awful thing to say. Yes. Yes, it is. Doesn't stop What's Her Face on Twitter from saying it, though. Let's jump in! Woo! Nana, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. Oh, that's really generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, for anyone who doesn't understand my particular tone, or anyone who's new here, or whatever, that was sarcasm. I don't actually think this, but people on Twitter do. And that's what we're talking about today. Yay! We're also probably going to do some more Call of Duty depending on how this goes. Although, this is such an interesting topic, and I've done so much research on it, that it might end up being the whole stream. FYI. But I did plan on doing Call of Duty Mind Control, and that's ready to go as well. So, if at any point you guys are bored of this, and you're like, Perry, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Then I might jump onto Call of Duty, and you just say the word. Assume everything Perry says is sarcasm. Just everything. Yeah, it's true. We call old gas lanterns hurricanes colloquially. We do? Who's we? You do? Hurricanes? Like, make sure to grab the hurricane. It's dark downstairs. Really? That's so weird. You slapped the desk and my Twitch crashed. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was me. My enthusiasm was too all-encompassing. Imagine not being able to control hurricanes. Honestly, I can do it with my mind. The conspiracy theory isn't that hurricanes are fake. That's true. The conspiracy theory is how they do them. Mind control. All up here is me. From my bedroom. I have the codes and the nuclear button. Whatever it is. We all know you can do mind control. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you getting tired of it? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I talk about mind control gaming too much? I'm sorry. It's not like that's my one thing. It's hurricane, not hurricane. There's a football joke in there. The hurricane. You know, like the footballer. Is his name even Harry? Is it Harry Kane? Boo! Terrible! No, stop! No! Wait, his name's not even Harry. Who am I thinking of? Oh, it is! He's I want to say striker. Or I want to say Arsenal? I don't know! I don't watch football! I don't know! He is a striker! Yeah! Does he play for Arsenal? No. Damn it, so close. 3 out of 4, I think. I got his first name, last name. That he plays football. Sports ball! He plays for Munich. What? He isn't even in England anymore. But I saw him on a poster on the underground. He is on a poster. For something. I didn't know exactly what it was. He used to play for Tottenham. Ugh. Sorry. Sorry, Arsenal's my team. Yeah. My team. By obligation. Not that I watch. He's on the national. So maybe he's like on the national team. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this masterpiece, even though I'm super proud of it. And let's get into the stream. Do you know why they're called hurricanes? Because the wind is always in a hurry to knock over the cane. We just have a moment of silence for Joro, please. That was pretty rough, Joro. Can we ban him? That was pretty rough. That's worse than mine. I'll show myself out. What cane? Just the one? Okay, to be fair, I don't know if it's worse than mine. I don't know if it's worse than mine. That's saying a lot. We can be in it together. It's okay. Arsenal. That's in Liverpool, right? Wait, was that a joke or just someone's confused? I don't expect you to know where English football clubs are. That's a little bit. That's a lot, I think. Hi, Sunny. What's up? Thanks for the follow. That's a lot of very specific knowledge for a global audience. So, today, as you've probably discovered, what from, well, me saying it explicitly, the Nightbot context bot that keeps coming up. Is he on a timer? I don't know. He should be on a timer. And all of the shitty puns. Today we're talking about hurricanes. Oh, and the title. Oh, and the thumbnail if you're watching on YouTube. Hey, YouTube. What's up, Eyes Up? What's up, Echo? What's up, Lethal? We're talking about hurricanes today. Yay! Yay! So, as you guys probably heard of, or maybe you didn't, I don't know, fuck it, whatever, it doesn't matter. A few weeks ago, on the 10th of October, there was a pretty big, huge fuck-off Hurricane Milton in Florida. It wasn't as big as they thought it would be. They thought it would be a Category 5. It was actually a Category 3. I don't really know what that means. Should we find out? We should probably find out. But it's like 2 categories smaller. But it was still pretty freaking devastating. It was pretty huge. It was a massive hurricane that like killed a bunch of people. Very sad. Destroyed a bunch of stuff. Pretty raunchy. That's the wrong word. Especially since it happened so recently. Actual straight up for real tragedy. But people have decided that it's not because it's Florida. Nor is it because of global warming or anything like that. nor is it because shit do happen sometimes. People have decided that it's the government who are creating hurricanes to try and level Tampa for whatever reason. Lunchbox, thank you so much for the 8 months. This stream's gonna be a whirlwind of fun. I like it, that's good. And Horror, thank you so much for the Prime. That's so nice. That's so nice. When I sing, it's a guaranteed category 6. Because the crowd goes wild! Woo! Yeah, damn those chemtrails. Exactly. People have decided, when I say people, I mean right-wing politicians on Twitter, have decided that it is weather warfare, and it's the government that are creating the hurricanes. What for? Well, various reasons, actually. None of them very convincing, but we're going to go through, we're going to pick our favorite, and then we're going to watch some other people on TikTok talk about various things. Just to jump us in, I think I'll probably start with the TikTok then, and we'll go to the tweet. Yeah! Do these same people really believe the government to be that competent? See, this is the thing, it's always a trade-off, isn't it? But thank you so much for your Prime, I appreciate that. Rock you like a hurricane? Nice. That it's always a trade-off, isn't it? There's always a balance between our government are incompetent, they can't do shit, we hate them, they're terrible, versus they're competent enough to be able to control hurricanes. But I guess there's technological competence, and there's, I guess, social competence. It's not that they're incompetent, it's that they're evil, or something. Which usually I'm not. Like, I'm not political. It makes me sad that people believe this. Yes, don't worry, some of these are pretty funny. You're gonna be okay. And we're gonna, well, I'd say we're gonna debunk them. I don't think they need to be debunked. We will mock them and make our silly little jokes, which is pretty fun. And then we will talk about the psychology and neuroscience of why people actually believe this. As we do. The reason they think that is forecasters predicted it go inland towards Tennessee and end in Illinois, but instead it went up the East Coast randomly. Interesting. Jared, thanks for the sub, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's almost like weather isn't always 100% completely predictable. It's almost like weather is never 100% completely predictable. It's almost like since the dawn of weather channels, they say it's gonna rain and it doesn't. Or they say it's gonna be 26 degrees and actually it's 24 degrees. Since the dawn of time. So the only weather system I trust, fully, 100%, is that girl's tits from Mean Girls. She knows when it's raining, guys. She knows when it's raining. That is 100% accurate. Well, 85. So cloud seeding isn't real? Cloud seeding is real. Absolutely is. Doesn't make hurricanes. Rishi Sunak made enough hot air to start a hurricane. The only thing that can generate a Category 5 tornado. Rishi Sunak's mouth full of shit. And we're not political. Whoa, we're not political. Whoa. That's on me. I wasn't thinking. I was just talking. I should have stopped myself 3 words earlier. Damn it. Oh, you saw the Black Ops 6 control. That's so cool. Why are you better than me at Call of Duty with your mind? Oh, Jambo, I'm so sorry if that's actually true. Dude, practice, man. My God, that's rough for you. I'm so sorry. Are you on your mum's iPad? I made that joke. I don't know if that made it to Twitter. That's in one of my clips that I'll be posting. We should start blaming that damn butterfly in Brazil for all the hurricanes. Brazil should pay reparations for the butterfly. Hey, we got any Brazilians in? I'm not gonna make you pay reparations for the butterfly. Are there any Brazilians? Just for fun? No, that's okay. Oh, he's a Category 5 tourist. Stop! Not political. Alright, we all know you're part of the Illuminati and that the government paid you to lie. I can't disprove this, is the thing. So, carry on. Carry on. We should call someone in Florida and check for real. Hey, is anyone from Florida? Did anyone experience the tornado? Does anyone have any firsthand? That's actually, sorry, I don't mean to say actually so many times when it's one of your comments another, but actually, that's a good idea. Not to call a Floridian, but is anyone Anyone have any first-hand experience with Milton, or actually any tornado? Anyone been in a tornado at any point, or have been affected by one? I'm sorry if that is the case. Drew, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's so nice. You should totally join a secret organization. I'd do so well. I'd do horribly. I'd be outed within the first day. They would sacrifice me to, like, Cthulhu or whatever. The middle of the night in Brazil right now. Are you... Oh, so no butterflies. Oh, you mean so no one's watching my stream? Oh, I see. Oh, chat, question. It is GMT right now in the UK, yeah? Because I made, like, all of these announcements being like, we're starting an hour... later? Later. Which way around does it go? We're starting an hour later! Because of the GMT and the BST, and we changed time zones. But don't worry, guys. GMT and BST is the same, apparently. Apparently, GMT and BST is the same time zone, and it's all in my head, and I've made it up, and there's no excuse for missing my meeting. Right? Bitch! Sorry, my friend gaslit me. I'm not over it. It happened 3 days ago. It's just, Perry, BST and GMT are the same. That's not why you missed your meeting. It's different for London. Anyway, with GMT now, it changed as of today. So all streams for the next, I assume, 6 months will be starting an hour later. Yay! But, like, just look at the schedule. It's on there. It's fine. Does the UK do daylight savings time? No, yeah, we do it too. Australia does it as well. A couple European countries do it. A lot of people do it. It's real stupid. Yeah, it's really dumb. I completely agree. The government tries to cover up the time rift by calling it daylight savings. See, that's the only explanation that makes sense to me, because otherwise, why would you do that? Like, actually, why would you do that? Oh no, time scares me. Just like the concept of time. Is it the slow march towards death and the inevitability of it? The fact that time is the only thing that you can't exert any force on to stop? Is that why time scares you? Because I get it. I get it. It's all connected to the time cube. Fucking love the time cube. My game controller is called Time Cube. I don't know why I did that. I think it's just funny. Time is the one thing we can't control. It's so true, Kripke. It's so unbelievably true. Which is why a lot of conspiracy theories are to do with time and other dimensions and living forever, etc., etc., etc. Because that is the biggest fear thing. So underpinning everything that I'm going to talk about today, but we're coming back to this. Underpinning everything about conspiracy theories and whatnot is fear. Obviously. People are scared out of their minds. We're all scared. Put one in the chat if you're frightened of something right now. I am. I'm scared all the time of everything, pretty much. That's not true. Death is pretty bad. Yeah. It's pretty scary. Other people. Cashiers. Pretty scary. Anyone who might yell at me. It's pretty scary. My parents. I'm joking. Cleedon when he's hungry. I'm joking again, that's me. Me when I'm hungry. Honey badgers. They are scary, I know. And they got a cute little name. They're called honey badgers. And if you say they're scary, everyone's like, oh, what are you talking about? This is your honey badger. You're so lame. Skill issue. But no, they're actually terrifying. Koalas, too. Koalas. You know. Exactly. I'm scared of getting banned. And Maria says, as you should be. Oh no. Cleedon has no excuse to be hungry. He has all the baklavas. Yeah, but they're hidden behind this wall of exposure. He has to come in the room. Would you like a baklava? Take that as a no. Take that as a no. Yeah, things are scary all the time. Right, and there are things that are outside of our control. So when we're scared of something and it's outside of our control, which usually goes hand in hand, we feel incredibly powerless and helpless, and it sucks, and it's the worst thing in the world. Human nature is to A, detect patterns, B, categorize things, which I guess is the same, and C, control stuff. Assign structure, assign reason to it. Why is this happening? What can I do? Right? That's human nature. We all do that. Everyone does that since the dawn of man, maybe. I don't know. Since a long time. Right? So, when they say on the news, the weather's getting worse, things are getting more extreme, shit's real, there's a big fuck off hurricane that's coming towards you, or it's gonna fuck up like an entire state. Don't know if it actually did the entire state, but still, that's really scary, and there's nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing you can do whatsoever, except maybe shoot it, get some shark bait. That was a Sharknado joke. You know. Not a lot you can do. Absolutely nothing you can do. And that is not nice. That is not nice. You know? No one wants to just be scared of stuff and do nothing about it. But that's what you have to do. Nuke it. We can nuke it. But even then, it's like, I can't nuke it. You know? Exactly. So that's what it is. There's nothing you can do. So, people make it up. They invent something. They change their mind about the reason why it's happening, and they invent something of which they can control. Or even just making the narrative, this is what's going on, and these are the people who are behind it. Even just constructing that narrative, right? That is an element of control. I've now defined it. I've now provided things behind it. And now this is something I can protest. So if I say the government controls the weather instead of climate change, instead of protesting the system and everyone on the earth and all of the businesses that have gone into this forever, knowing full well no one's going to do anything about it, instead of doing that, which is incredibly lame and painful, I can be like, fuck man, it's the CIA. It's this one body of people, and they're immoral, and everyone would be against them. And if I campaigned, if I protested, right, if I did that, everyone would agree with me and it would stop. That is so much nicer. Weirdly, that is a much nicer theory. I remember a time when the government was controlling the weather was a punchline and not a widespread conspiracy theory. They do often go hand in hand, don't they? They do often evolve. Oh no. It's I can fix her vibes about the weather. That's a hot take, that it's nicer that the CIA would be controlling it than climate change. I stand by that, I think. I stand by it. I would prefer, as would all these conspiracy theorists, because that's why they believe it, I would prefer to live in a world where there are a couple evil people doing an evil thing, rather than the world is dying and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Right? Cats run the CIA, my dog told me. I knew it. Hi Byron, welcome in. It's like when we couldn't do anything about COVID, so we pretended cloth masks work. No. Nope, that was to prevent spreading it. That was just a good idea. That was just medicine. No. Hi, dry hovercraft. That is, you've misunderstood the purpose of masks. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. Wait, first time chatter, I'm not allowed to call you an idiot yet. We gotta get you in first. Is it HAARP? We are gonna talk about HAARP. Yes, indeed. But then if you try to fix climate change, is that not controlling the weather? Got him! The government, oh my god, we're the ones doing climate change because the weather is changing naturally. What from the result of humanity, which evolved naturally, and us not doing human things like, you know, industry and pollution is actually the real problem. Okay, that one's a little bit tricky to get my head around, actually. That took a little bit of gymnastics. Oh no. Hi Random, what's up? How are you doing? I think I'm madly in love with myself. Hello, masculine. Okay. Doctor? Maybe a doctor can help. But potentially. Hi, Gmail, what's up? Forging the new chatters in fire. It's the only way. It's the only way. Oh yeah, sorry for the typing. We're also coming out of an ice age still. Oh, for real? And the earth has been warmer than this in the past, and life thrived. Cool. I mean, listen. I need to lay a groundwork here. We're not going to talk about this because that's not what the stream is about. I need to lay some groundwork here. 1, global warming is real. 2, climate change is real. 3, it's man-made. And 4, it's a problem that we as a species should be stopping. These are 4 very basic, obvious statements. They are non-negotiable, and I won't mention it again. Okay. But how can global warming be real if I'm cold right now? Do you want a jumper? I'll get you one. Do you want this one? What if I don't like all these facts? Well, you can sit in it, I guess. Welcome in, Nadia. What's up? If I could control the weather, I'd make it thunder every day. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, and then you can make batteries. Wait, no, that's Stardew Valley. I get them. I get it mixed up. Stardew Valley. Anyway. Yeah. So that's just the groundwork of this stream, but we're not really going to be talking about it. But those 4 statements are non-negotiable, and stop trying to troll me. I was lightning before the thunder. Oh, but guys, actually, that's a good question. If you could control the weather, what would you do with it? No. New question. I'm gonna poll this. New question. You're only allowed to pick one weather. One weather. And everyone's fine, okay? Everyone's fine. Everyone's alive. It has no, like, big negative impacts. You can pick whatever weather you want. It doesn't matter, okay? Society thrives. No big deal, okay? What weather would you pick? Sunny. Hot. And sunny. Humid. And warm. Snow. Rain. Hail. Thunder and lightning. Stormy is the same thing. Flash floods! No, I can't really justify that being okay. Am I running out of weathers? Neutral. Brackets. No weather. Cold but okay. Frosty. All it. There's no moist in this list! There's humid! Humid is there. 18 to 22 degrees sunny spring. There you go. Please add eternal darkness. I'm not gonna do that, actually. I'm not gonna add eternal darkness. No weather, like England. I was actually gonna say English weather. That was my first thought, and then I changed it. We're on the same page. Cool summer breeze. Midday, light rain. That's delightful. That's delightful. Marit has decision paralysis. I'm sorry I've done this to you. Hi, Taz. Hi, Moon. Nobody wants that. What, English weather? Couldn't agree more. Eddie and 91, thanks for the follows. Is no weather like a light wind? No, it's no weather. It's no weather. As in, there obviously is weather, but you go outside and you just don't notice. It's like the same as you go out stark naked and be like, fine. But you can also wear clothes and also be fine, which I know doesn't make sense because surely you would be warm if you put on players, but that's the... I've invented this world. This is my game, and that's the rule. Hi, Dress. It's absolute silence. Only the crippling sound of your own thoughts. Basically, Limbo. Why didn't you make a proper Twitch poll? Because this way you can see it on the screen. And this way people can just put a number in chat. You know you can do it on your phone. You just put a number in chat. You did vote. I have your vote. You did respond on your phone. What are you saying to me? The poll is very small. It is a quarter of the screen. I'm not gonna hear this. I'm not gonna hear this. Zoom the fuck in then. Listen, I'm not your mom. I can't hold your hand through all of this. Alright? Exercise your rights. Sexy weather's my favorite. What? I missed her. I'm sorry that you can't read the text. I will make it bigger. There you go. Is that better? There you go. Hi, Hazy. What's sexy weather? Wait, did I put sexy weather on down? No, okay. I did. I'm just checking. Too small! I can't make it any bigger without cutting off the options. Okay. There. That's as big as I can make it. Too small! It is a third of the screen. Can I put it horizontally? But then you'd have to go like this. I can barely read it. Fuck off! It's the same size as you guys. Make it 2 columns. Okay, yeah, let me just tap into the API of this random website and edit their code. Just make a normal Twitch poll. No, they suck. They're worse. They're worse than this. This is better. That's another ground. That's my 5th ground statement for the stream. A normal Twitch poll is worse than this by a lot. And I will never ever run them unless this website breaks, which does happen sometimes. Like, are we choosing what Korean food we like? I can't read it. Let's do a ballot paper. Okay, I'll give you all my address. And you mail you mail in forms to me. And then we'll have a part 2. Like, a couple weeks later. And I'll open the mail. Is that better? Then you can read it, at least. Esther, thanks for the follow. Carrier pigeon. That's a good idea. It's rigged. How exactly is this rigged? Right, that's it. You're losing your poll privileges. I've had enough. I've had enough. You guys have decided that you'd rather it be sunny and or cold, but okay. Chat, that's incredibly boring. Those are the 2 most incredibly boring answers. I get it. I would agree. The correct answer was hail. Just hail all the time. And then you'll have a helmet. You'll be fine. You wear a helmet, but everyone else is fucked. And then people can't really drive for a while, and then the dolphins will come back to Rome. Definitely not Rome. Venice. I'll come back to Venice. Damn it, knew I should have studied more. Hail will destroy all the crops, not the indoor ones. Bet you feel like an idiot now, Phil. I don't know what I'm saying. Have you seen The Martian? Life finds a way. I want to meet the dolphins. Me too, man. Okay. Right. So, your drink gets automatically topped up with ice when walking outside in Hail. Yeah, ice and a bunch of other shit, but that's okay. It's minerals. Minerals are good for you. Would the poll also consider YouTube chat? No, but you think a Twitch poll does that? I don't know why I'm so mad about this. I'm never using a Twitch poll, ever. They suck. Love you, Twitch. Love you, Jeffrey Bezos. Please don't fire me. Anyway. I'm not hired by Twitch. I'm self-employed. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right, okay. So in general, people have conspiracy theories about hurricanes, right? And usually this comes down to a distrust of government or anything hierarchical, any of the higher hierarchies, I suppose. Actually, Jeff isn't in charge of Amazon or Twitch. Actually. Don't make me ban you. Was this Marjorie Taylor Greene? Marjorie Taylor Greene? Yeah, you know. That's what we're talking about today. Hell yeah. Lifetime ban for chatting shit. Me. Are you treating YouTubers as second-class citizens again? I don't mean to be. Hi, BST equals bullshit time. And with that comment, yes, from this point on, I'm now treating you guys as second-class citizens. Oh no. Of course, it's her. Do you know what? I haven't heard of her before today. What? Who is she? She has a reputation, doesn't she? So this bitch, Marjorie or whatever the fuck her name is, I don't respect her, so I'm not going to spend an effort to remember it. Yes, I am. Marjorie Taylor Greene is her name. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Name and shame. She is insane. She's absolutely batshit insane. And she basically was the one who tweeted originally, the government controls the weather. And she like fully believes it. And she has been tweeting a bunch more about it. Listen, I don't know actually if she believes it. She's spouting it so that people vote red. America! I keep getting confused with the red and blue states. I keep getting confused because in the UK, red is Labour, which is our equivalent of Democrats. In the UK, the colours are the other way around. Blue is Conservative. Red is Labour. So we get very confused. Very confused. The collective controls the weather. Yes, exactly. Well, that has come up. There are other conspiracies too, not just political ones. There are other conspiracies too that we're gonna come across. You know, we got the demons, the supernatural, the collective emotions, the collective unconscious, etc. All of that stuff as well, which is very, 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 very fun. How does spreading conspiracies make her a bitch? I think you answered your own question there. Well, okay, listen. If you genuinely believe something, it's not your fault for genuinely believing it. Especially if you're Delulu. That's not your fault. Go to the doctor. It's your responsibility, but not your fault. She, on the other hand, first of all, she sucks anyway, regardless of the conspiracy theory stuff. But my posit, either she genuinely believes it, in which case doctor. But more likely, my posit is that she doesn't believe it. She's just saying it. She's just fear-mongering, basically, so that people vote for her party, as opposed to the current party. That's more likely. In which case, bitch! And I don't use that word lightly. Saying it for the clout, exactly. Political clout. But you think she actually does believe it, Joel. Interesting. Well, regardless of the conspiracy theory, she also sucks just in general, but that's okay. No one believes her. Or believes in her. Because people believe these conspiracy theories is the thing. People actually genuinely believe them. That's the thing about fear-mongering. So back when, like a couple months ago, do you remember there was a eclipse in the US? Or you could see it from the US. There was an eclipse everywhere because, you know, anyway, you could... But there was an eclipse. And in the US, there was like all of these lots of... Yeah, the solar eclipse, exactly. And there was all of these people traveling and watching it and stuff like that. And people went absolutely wild. It was so creepy, I hated that, thank you. But yeah, people went absolutely wild thinking that it was CERN, the Large Hadron Collider. So people think that they turned CERN back on and that the government is causing the solar eclipse. And what the solar eclipse actually is opening up a demon portal. I shit you not, this is what people believe. CERN is opening a demon portal because the government is obviously run by big lizard Illuminati aliens that come from, I don't know, like they're Anunnaki or something, I'm not sure. Anyway. And therefore, they're doing that to distract us. Now, the portal itself could be used as something that people go through to reach enlightenment and heaven, etc., 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 or to raise our vibration so that we ascend. But the government are trying to stop that from happening. So instead, they're making it dark, what was CERN, and making it demons rather than, you know, the good aliens, the white ones. Anyway, so... Hi, Koala. Which government? The US government, of course. Is this like a Stranger Things reference? This is real. People believe this. This is the world. It does feel very Stranger Things. Koala, thanks for the follow. The white ones? Let me cook! Anyway. Yeah, the blonde, blue-eyed white ones. Anyway. And so, a way to protect yourself, right? A way to protect yourself. Some people believed and were told by content farms, Twitter bots, random ass right-wing politicians, all of this stuff, right? A way to protect yourself from the demon portal is to try and ascend before it opened. I'm not going to specify what that means. And wait, what are we listening to? Too much, too much. I love it. But too much, too much, too much. For the stream. There we go. Yeah, I'm not going to specify what that means. But that's what they were told, and that's what a lot of people believe. People were really scared, and even if they weren't told that explicitly, people were like fear-mongering a lot. This is why fear-mongering is bad, being like, this is the worst thing, the world is ending, etc., etc., etc. To the point where a woman threw her kids out of the car. And they all died. But like, you see what I mean? I don't mean to bum anyone out. I'm sorry. But this is what I mean. So when I say fear-mongering, for any motivation that isn't you yourself are a victim and you're insane, but even then, is a disgusting, awful, immoral thing to do. And it makes you a bad person, full stop. In my humble opinion. Every Zig, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're talking about the PSYOP conspiracies that no one actually believes in. I'm sure most people don't. Some people do. I can see why CERN is always getting turned on. Stop it! The particles always have a lot of physical attraction. Jura, you are ending me today. Really pushing it, says Nelson. That's so funny. I like that one. I approve of that one. Oh no. Nobody actually believes in these conspiracy theories. It's just the news that spreads such lies to discredit the real theorists. I can see that. Actually, I can see cover-ups. Listen, hear me out. Wait, let me digest this. I can see it being true, and it probably has occurred in the past. Almost definitely it's occurred in the past, especially around war times, where people are saying things like the government are corrupt, or they're doing bad things, or this is wrong, or they set this thing up, or they're bombing this place, or whatever. And people throw in, this person also smokes a bunch of weed, or this person also believes this, or yeah, the sort of people who believe we're doing corrupt things also believe in aliens. And here is them on Dr. Phil. Yeah, totally. I'm 100% confident that they do that all the time. At the same time, don't underestimate the delulu of the average person. And these things are believed and real as well. They're hiding the aliens in Area 51. Yeah, to distract from the whole fact that they're doing a lot of really not good stuff, probably, over there, allegedly, non-political. Poisoning the well. Oh, that's a good phrase. That's a good phrase. Yes, poisoning the well. Exactly. The most efficient way to cover up stuff is flooding misinformation. Absolutely. And I'm sure they do that constantly, which is pretty fun. Pretty fun. So I'm not Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Ned, hi! Oh my god, thank you for the 8 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I fully believe that conspiracy theories or crazy conspiracy theories are actually part of a conspiracy theory to discredit reasonable conspiracy theories by association. I'm sure they do that. I am sure they do that. I also do think, oh well, thanks for the follow. I also do think that people do believe actually in crazy conspiracy theories as well, but they're probably advertised and purported and brought to light more in various different ways on top of that. But anyway, fuck it all off. Fuck all of that off because fuck it. Let's talk about Hurricane Milton. Yeah. Woo. So Hurricane Milton. Hurricane Milton, genuine tragedy, of course. Happened a couple weeks ago, 10th of October in Florida. Category 3. It was expected to be a Category 5. But Category 3 is still pretty bad. Pretty bad. And a lady... Wait, let me just show you a picture of a hurricane. Just to get us in the mood, you know. What you do? Here she is. Oh, yes. Big boy. Whoa, seriously? Whoa. Look at them clouds. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Oh my fucking god, that's so scary. That is so scary. There's too many clouds. too many clouds. Oh my, dang, look at the curves on her. Churro. There's too many clouds, man. That's terrifying. Okay, I get it. We're gonna talk about this in a little bit. We're gonna talk about this. People freaked out over this image. You can see why. You can. Anyway, and I did a bunch of stuff. Here's a woman upset. So, we're talking about hurricanes now? Hell yeah, get on board. What's up? There it is. So, right, a lady on the day, literally on the fucking day. Let me scroll through her tweets. Everyone close your eyes because you're not going to want to see her tweets. But close your eyes. We're scrolling to October 10th. Literally on the day. This woman tweets too fucking much and it's all nonsense. October 22nd. Oh, we have so far to go. So many American flags. In itself, not an issue. October 12th. We're getting there. Look, literally on the fucking day, she tweets. Oh, even before. Ugh. She tweets, the scientists or the government are controlling the weather. Even before. Do you know what? I haven't scrolled past October 10th. I didn't know about this. Is this raw milk? Oh, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Of course she likes raw milk. Of course. Don't drink raw milk, okay? It's not, unless you have your own cows and you know they're super healthy and there's no way it could possibly get contaminated, which you never really know. Don't drink raw, there's no point. Oh my gosh. This aired 9 years ago on the CBS. All right.
That scientists and researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning. CBS This Morning contributor Michio Kaku is a physics professor at City College.
He looks like a physics professor. Let me scroll.
Nice to see you. Extraordinary seeing Al Gore and Bill Clinton there together with Charlie, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, they did not get into this discussion, though. But it is fascinating. I mean, lasers, really? To change the weather?
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it.
He's famous, is he? Who is this guy?
Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and...
Trillion watt. Trillion watt. He used the present tense. Okay. Gazillion watt lasers! He's smoking a lot of weed, that's what he's known for. Oh dear. So, okay, trillion watt lasers. That's 1,000 billion watts. Yes, it is. Thank you. Yes. Well, I did some Googling on this. So the total UK electricity output. The total output. Okay. Is 75 gigawatts. So that's, what is that? 75 billion watts? Is that a giga? That's a gigawatt. 1,000 gigawatts is a trillion watts. Is it? 75 gigawatts is the total UK electricity output. So you need 1,000 gigawatts to be a trillion watts. So he's saying they're firing 1,000 gigawatts up into the sky. Okay? Which is more than 10 times the total UK output. But Perry, America's bigger. Wouldn't they make more? They do make more. They make 1.3 trillion watts. There you go, Perry. That's over a trillion. So you're telling me that currently physicists in one laser are firing the total US output. How is anyone, like operating toasters at the same time? So he's saying we are currently firing trillion watt lasers. Where? In his dream? I just don't think that is possible. Anyway, carry on, champ. Who am I to say? I'm not an electrician.
And actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
But this is experimental.
It's experimental. However, in the laboratory so far it works. When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals, you can precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions.
So maybe he did explicitly say we are firing trillion-watt lasers. But maybe what he meant was we're thinking about firing trillion-watt lasers. And Tamisi, thank you so much for the 7 months. I really appreciate that. And Ahotech, thank you so much for the follow. Staff, thanks as well. Maybe he's saying we're thinking about firing trillion-watt lasers. Or yeah, maybe they're downscaled. Maybe that's what it was. So it would be a trillion-watt laser if you scaled it up from what they're currently doing in the lab. Or maybe in simulations. Yeah, like on their laptops. They're firing trillion. Maybe that's what he means. Maybe that's what he means.
And these ions act like seeds, like dust particles.
Thanks, Hank.
Bringing down rain and even lightning.
Go ahead.
Well, this fascinates me in part because, too, I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, did those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War, to wash out the Viet Cong. Governments have been playing with this.
Alleged to. I was going to be like, is anyone going to stop him? Allegedly. Thank you.
Alleged to.
Alleged to.
Alleged
Right.
to.
Now,
very important.
We realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. This time we're bringing in the laws of physics rather than simply waving our hands and uttering mumbo jumbo. We're actually using trillion-watt lasers now. And in the laboratory, sure enough, they precipitate rain out of water vapor. Sure enough, you can actually bring down electricity down.
Okay, so I think he means scaled down, as you're saying. But don't say you're using trillion-watt lasers. No, you can't be. That's all of US electrical output. That's all of it.
Down the beam.
So what does it mean for drought areas that need to have rain for crops? And if they don't have them, there's the consequences of famine.
Well, the bad news is if it's a clear blue sky, it's not going to do anything at all because it only takes water vapor that's already in the air and condenses it. However, for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, outdoor events and agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes, all of them.
Trillion-watt laser, yeah. 0.0000001 trillion watts is what he means. Director, hi, welcome. Hi, do you know what's up? Yeah, maybe they're not using them for very long. I don't know. For microseconds. with giant local accumulators as proof of concept. That's probably what he means. But it's a very misleading thing to say on CBS.
Could be subject to weather modification.
Incredibly interesting, Professor Michio Kaku. Thank you so much.
Oh dear. You want the weather machine to stop a problem. The weather machine. Enough to make your cloud angry by today. So I think people are doing a lot of stuff with weather changing, etc. Cloud seeding's real. That's a thing. You can make it rain if you wanted to. I mean, it's not easy, but they do. Every now and then, you can make clouds brighter, etc. and stuff like that. But all of this is very, very different to making hurricanes, right? And Marjorie,
they were talking.
Oops, Marjorie, basically, shining a light in Zeus's eye makes him angry, causes the lightning. Marjorie has decided to scare people with the word lasers because lasers is a scary word, and it's reminiscent of the theories about like military lasers and lasers from planes that melt cars or something. Also not true, but like still. So she's decided to latch on to this. At no point did they mention hurricanes, because that's it's very different. Very different. What if we shoot the clouds with bullets and not lasers? I think that would be that would make more sense. I think that would be better. It would represent freedom more, I would say. Oh god, what has she posted? Why would she post this? These patents can't control the weather. So yeah, people are talking about patents as well. This is something I hear. They have the patents for it. They have the patents for hurricane creation. Okay, so first of all, anyone can get a patent for anything. You can have an idea that's completely impossible and patent it. You just buy it. It doesn't have to be a good idea. It doesn't have to work. It just has to be new that someone else hasn't already patented. You can get a patent for literally anything. I can go and patent a time machine right now if I wanted to. There's a lot of people who have probably done that. So I would need to come up with a slightly different kind of time machine that no one thought of before. But I can go and patent a time machine. It doesn't mean that time travel is possible. Right? It's also expensive, but still. Can't patent perpetual motion machines anymore. You can't? How come? Too many? What do you mean you doubt it? What are you doubting? Are all people who have a PhD smart? No. Exactly. Thank you, Anushka. No. Getting a PhD mostly depends on time and money and effort. It does not mean that you necessarily have any idea what you're doing. It doesn't mean you're competent. It doesn't mean that your critical thinking is good. It means you know a lot about the thing that you're studying. It means you know a lot about the topic. But it doesn't mean you can draw the right conclusions from it. It doesn't mean that you're smart for whatever smart means, and it doesn't mean necessarily you have the skills that are associated with intelligence, like critical thinking, right? It's time, effort, and money. It is what it is. Anyone can get a PhD if you have those things. But the last part, effort, always trips me up. Yeah, me too. SHD, me too. But there it is. So just because someone has a PhD or they're a doctor or something doesn't necessarily mean that they know what the fuck they're talking about. Right? Patenting anything is what I doubt. Perpetual motion machines can't be patented without a working prototype. Wait, really? When did they change that rule? Just for perpetual motion machines? I didn't know that. I thought you could just like patent anything. I thought it was just an idea. Have an idea, go to a doctor, go to a lawyer, they write it up for you. No? Let me Google. So there are some things that can't be patented, like literary, dramatic, musical, artistic works. Oh yeah, because that comes under something else. That's copyright. That wouldn't be patents. Ways of doing business, playing games, or thinking, which isn't necessarily true. There are things that have been patented. Like, did you know mini games in the start or in loading screens of games? Like mini games in loading screens are patented. There's only one company that can do that. You don't need a prototype for the patent. It has to be possible, but that's a new thing. Oh, it's new that it has to be possible. You can't patent medical treatment because medical treatment needs to be accessible. obviously. You can't patent discoveries, scientific theories, or mathematical methods because, you know, obviously, again, that's like conceptual mostly. And you can't patent a way of presenting information, which again isn't necessarily true for everything. You can't patent something if you didn't invent it, which you can't really prove, so that one's again a bit tricky. And if it's been in the public for more than a year, you can't patent it. There we go. I patented a few things that won't be made for 20 years at work. So it doesn't have to be possible now, it just has to be possible eventually. So could I patent something that relies on like fusion cold, what is it? I'm not a physicist. Cold fusion? Is that the one that's like insane and no one can do it? And is it even possible? You need crazy amounts of energy. Cold fusion? Yes, that is the right one. So isn't there a company that have patented and they've made like simulations of cold fusion moving hotels? Yeah. So you can patent that. And that's why you can patent a time machine. You just need to come up with a way that it could work. Even if you don't, and we might never have that technology. Exactly. Cold fusion trillion watt cloud laser, patent approved. Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. Okay, so maybe you can't patent everything. But and it's a new law. It's a new rule that it needs to be possible. So a lot of these patents that they're talking about from 1891, for example, or even the latest one here is 1932. Oh no, it goes down to 2001. Probably even in 2001, you could probably patent anything. Right. So this is what I'm saying. Okay? It doesn't need to be a working idea. It doesn't even need to be possible. It doesn't need to be a good idea. No one needs to be making it, and no one needs to actually be doing it for you to patent it. You don't have to be a scientist to patent something scientific. You can be average Joe who works at the coffee shop to patent a time machine. Do you know what I mean? All you need is £1,000, roughly. Patents are easy, good patents are very hard. Exactly. So when people use, but there's patents as evidence that something is happening. Terrence Howard did this a lot. Terrence Howard was like, I have 90 patents and that proves that I know what I'm talking about. No, it does not. It proves you have more money than sense, is what it proves. Why would you patent 90 things that you're not even working on? What a waste. Holy shit, 90. Yeah, if you look at his patents though, they are not, they don't make a lot of sense. They're not good ideas. Sometimes they are good ideas, but they're not what he's claiming they are. Like he said that he is working in, what was it? Something virtual reality. Something really cool, a new way of doing virtual reality that is like all consuming and is going to put people in these virtual worlds that completely manipulates their experience of, or their existence of being. But really what it is these little windows, little panels. They're like little electric panels that are windows, and you can like play whatever you want on them. They're basically screens, is what that pattern was that he cites. So not exactly, Terrence. But that's okay. Cledum filed for 15 patents. Nice! You're almost there. You're almost at Terrence Howard level. There you go. But only a few are going to get accepted. Can I patent the concept of patenting? You can give it a go, but I feel like they might say no. I own a star, thus I am very smart, and you should trust me. Do you own a star? I love those websites. I want to buy a star. Funny thing is, real top secret projects won't have a patent, because that would give away the secret. Surely, actually, that's a good point. Patents are stupid. You shouldn't be allowed to own an idea. Ooh, hot take, Kevin. I don't know, though, because what if someone copies your idea? What if you have an idea for something really cool, and then you tell the wrong person, and they steal it, and they make a company, and they make billions, and they don't make you, and they don't give you anything? If you spend money to develop something, you should be allowed to be the only one to make money from it for a certain amount of years. But what if the person who came up with the idea isn't the person that was first to develop it? What if they were second to develop it? Oh yeah, Thomas Edison. Yeah, true. People don't know that. Cleedom hates patents with a burning passion. There are companies out there whose entire purpose is to patent troll, where they make bullshit patents to get other companies to buy them off. Yes! That happened in the Theranos show. The thing is framing. Patents are not for when you have an idea. It's for you spent a decade of research and development to develop something. Interesting. Thanks, Al. Then he wasn't the first one to develop the idea. Guys, do you not subscribe to the concept of intellectual property? University professors would hate you. I don't know, I think it would be such a shame. You have a great idea, but you were too slow to make it because, let's say, you're poor, you know? I have an idea for a round disc that helps move loads from place to place. That might already exist. I'm not an expert. It might already exist. Yeah, hot take, controversial opinion, I believe fraud is bad. But you're right, it does already happen. Like, even with patents, and people misuse patents, and then people use patents for ideas that they have no intention of ever trying to do. I get it. I do get it. It's flawed. Everything's a little flawed. That's all right. I have an idea for a round disc that helps move from place to place. Or like a UFO. Franken. Inside, thank you so much for the sub. 11 years? I'm not sure about your maths, but I like your enthusiasm. They stole my idea for fidget spinners and now science will never be the same. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That sucks. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, well, there's lots of things wrong with them. But the point that I'm making, patents aren't proof. And the point that actually all of you are making as well, patents aren't proof that something exists. And it's not proof that something's possible either. Not even, well, I guess now it is, but not with current technology. It's not possible. It's not evidence that things could even be made now, if that makes sense. So this is a weird thing. These patents can't control the weather. Most are absurd and lack practical evidence. So again, she's fear-mongering is what's happening. These guys are making fun of climate change, which she's like 50 or something. So it's a little bit embarrassing. But anyway, the point is, she's saying scientists do control the weather. And she posted this. She posted this the day of the hurricane. The day of the hurricane, which is so unbelievably disrespectful. I can't even believe it. I can't believe it. October 10th. It's so silly. But people are very, very, very mad. People are very, very, very mad at Marjorie for these things. That can't be a coincidence. Okay, let's watch this one. Controlling the weather is a dangerous conspiracy theory, she puts in quotation marks. But back in 2009, it wasn't. All right, let's see what she's talking about.
Man is on a quest to play God.
Yeah!
To control the weather and use it as a weapon. Lightning, torrential rains, hurricanes, targeted at the enemy.
The ultimate war is if you never have to fire a round and nobody ever knew you launched the fight.
Is it possible there have already been attacks using weather weapons?
If you get down low enough, you can actually see
I like
a
the music
clear
too.
layer
It's good.
above the antenna. It is actually pushing these water particles up, and that's exactly how HAARP works. What we've done is we've not only pushed the cloud off of the HAARP antenna, but as you can see, our cloud is almost completely gone inside. HAARP does exactly the same thing. It ionizes the particles, pushes them out into space.
HAARP is one of several ELF wave transmitters located all over the globe.
Okay, so I don't know exactly how HAARP works. It does not control the weather though.
The United States owns and operates 3 of them.
As far as
One
I
in
know,
Tacoma,
bro, just say
Alaska.
lasers. Someone say
Another in
lasers.
Fairbanks, Alaska.
I'm waiting for
and
it.
one in Arecibo, Puerto Rico.
Ooh, laser.
Russia has one in Vasilursky near Nizhny Novgorod. And the European Union has one near Tromsø in Norway.
Norway!
Working in tandem, These transmitters could potentially alter the weather anywhere in the world, changing the jet stream's course entirely, triggering massive rainstorms or droughts. Even hurricane steering would be possible by heating up the atmosphere and building up high-pressure domes that could deflect or change the course of hurricanes.
I'm not sure about this one, bad boy.
The U.S. government
Not that I'm
is
an
firm in its
expert.
position that HAARP is just an atmospheric
Changing the
research facility.
ionosphere.
But
Mad
is it more
Noob
than
is convinced,
coincidence
okay.
that since going
Welcome.
online, some experts have reported strange weather anomalies, including massive floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes.
I like that they do the camera shake for the earthquake. That was really immersive. So this is a History Channel thing where they're talking very, very hypothetically about stuff, what with intense dramatical music. They also talk about aliens and stuff in the same way. Like, the aliens have landed. Here are people talking about them, seeing them. But Marjorie's using this as evidence. Oh, Marge, what are you like? What is she like? Oh, no. Everyone in America right now. And she's like, yeah, me too. Hope she doesn't put her head in the microwave. That wasn't a veiled threat. I mean, because that would be bad because it's foil. I mean, in the literal sense. Oh, no. Aliens is a great movie. It is. It really is. The new one, especially. I haven't seen the old ones, but the new one was really good. Not actually History Channel TM. I know, right? God will sell us to aliens. What would we do? What would they do with us? I wouldn't mind being in like a menagerie. So long as I'm fed well. I don't think I'd mind that. I wouldn't have to go to work. You know. Aliens wouldn't want to buy me. I'm safe. Oh, Anushka. Aliens would want to buy you. I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would. Maybe Marjorie is a reptilian. Oh, Kevin. Maybe. You might be onto something. Scientists are wrong, but the History Channel producers, yeah, the people, exactly, the people who are actually studying and working on this stuff and telling people that that's not possible currently with our current level of technology, we can't make hurricanes, those people are full of shit. The History Channel producers, who, their background is in like English and drama, and are just kind of writing things for fun, they know the truth. Cleedem, I worked a lot on solar radiation management, specifically something called marine cloud brining for my master's. You genuinely can change the weather, of course, but it's so uncontrollable that we have no clue what consequences it will have, combined with it being incredibly resource intensive, and this method was using salt particles, not lasers. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, yeah, because you can do cloud seeding, you can do cloud brining, as you're saying. They've made it rain. They've done a lot of things. Hurricanes haven't been one of them. Also, what would the motivation be? So we're gonna come back to that. I'm gonna get off her page because it's making me sad. But we're gonna come back to what the motivation would be and what people on TikTok say the motivation is. Fun. The main thing, I guess, that relates to Marjorie is that they say they are targeting red states. So they're basically trying to kill off Republican voters, is what they're saying. That's why they went for Tampa. They're killing off the Republican voters so that I guess the Democrats win the election. That's the theory. And the way to do that is by hurricanes. I don't know. Except that Florida has hurricanes every year. That's true. They do all hit Tampa, do they? Lazarus, thanks for the follow. Not a single Democrat lives in Tampa. No. They are all Republicans. Yeah. Exactly. It's as close to control as choosing when to put your ball in the Plinko machine. That's fun. Why not just nuke them? But then there's culpability, there's responsibility. A nuke is not natural. A hurricane is. Except these ones, apparently. Yeah. So, interesting. Right. So, okay, cloud seeding is real. They make clouds with chemicals. You can do a bunch of different stuff with clouds as well. Hurricanes aren't necessarily anything to do with clouds, though. It's not just like, oh, you make enough clouds and then it's a hurricane. You know? That's not quite how it works. You can stimulate rain or snowfall with a bunch of different chemicals and, you know, things like potassium iodide or dry ice or whatever. But again, like rain, snow, hail, not really anything to do with hurricanes. It's about pressure. It's about heat. Exactly. So, to generate that amount of heat, my understanding, correct me, not my area. To generate that amount of heat that, you know, forest fires and the sun don't already do. That's a lot, yeah? That's my general take on this. That's a lot. And I just think it's quite unlikely. And I just think the motivation is not there. Even if it was possible. You know? Maybe with enough global warming. Oh, wait. Imagine being able to generate hurricane level winds and not harnessing it for renewable energy. Zeph, that's far too sensible. Hurricane is easy, watch. Is this what you're proposing, Fluky? Watch! Yeah! It's also how you poach an egg. I heard from the internet. It's how you poach an egg. Stir it a lot until a little vortex appears. Put some vinegar in the middle, crack the egg in it. Easy. And then you just do that, but like bigger and like up there. Easy. Exactly. Same thing. Dihydrogen monoxide is used in hurricanes. A glass of water also contains dihydrogen monoxide. Coincidence? I think not. And you can't convince me that something called dihydrogen monoxide is natural. Smart water drinker. I'm not proud of it. But I do like the convenient shape of the water bottle. It's larger, but it fits in your hand. So, today's stream is brought to you by Smart Water / Coca-Cola. I think Smart Water is a symptom of a sickening society, frankly. I think looking at the store, okay, there was a store in the UK. Fits in your hand, coincidence? Looking at a store in the UK, the whole thing, all of the shelves that sell water usually have a bunch of different kinds of water on them, but it was taken over with the same Smart Water bottle. It was just nothing but Smart Water over and over and over and over and over and over again. That filled me with the same feeling as when I saw the Banksy gift shop. The Banksy merch store. Same feeling. Oh, there it is again. That funny feeling, etc. You know, same thing. Do you become smart after drinking it? Well, Tyler, it's added. They've added electrolytes, Tyler. They've added electrolytes. So, yes. Although actually, this is filled with tap water right now. So. With its own electrolytes, I imagine. Okay. It's all a big water conspiracy. It's what plants crave, exactly. And I am plant. I crave it too. Same as all the cereals. 1 million brands and they're all either Nestle or Kellogg's. Yeah, that's okay. What's wrong with your water drop metal bottle? Not enough microplastics. I do love a microplastic. I don't like water bottles that I can't see into. I don't like opaque ones. I actually frankly hate opaque ones. Unless I was really desperate and there was no other choice, I would not drink from an opaque water bottle. And I see that makes me come across a little paranoid, which is fitting for a conspiracy theory stream. But I can't see what I'm drinking. I can't see what I'm drinking. I don't like it. What if a bug flew in there? You know? What if it's moldy? That's happened to me before, Nelson. That has happened to me before. Yeah, I fuck with the glass bowl, but what if I break it? Yeah. And the backwash, exactly. Exactly. How did your water get moldy? So it was the straw, to be fair. It was the straw. I had this straw water bottle into... It was like the plastic of the bottle, and the straw had some mold on it. It was gross. It was gross. And I didn't know, and I drank the whole thing. And I didn't know because I couldn't see. Because I couldn't see it. Because it was opaque. I don't do that. I don't like it. See the mold, drink the mold, be the mold. 3 antibiotics. Is that how that works, Daniel? Genuine question, I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. I wouldn't recommend drinking mold. The same happened to me. I blame Hillary Clinton. Oh. Hi again. Do you drink out of soda cans? I do. That's a good point. But... Shut up, it's different. I would pour it out though, if I had a glass nearby. I feel uncomfortable about it, but that's better. I guess they're like super zipped up and the hole's really small, and I usually cover the hole with my thumb so like bugs can't fly in there. Do you know what I mean? They're airtight when you buy them. Exactly. Exactly. I trust corporations more than I trust myself. Yes, we're on the same page. Exactly, it won't have mold in it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and no bugs go in there. I'm literally, I'm just about the bugs, man. And I think that's valid. That's not paranoid. That happens. Don't you just wash your water bottle? Excuse me? What the fuck? What are you saying to me? I must have misunderstood you. Sorry, I think I had a stroke when I read your message. Wash your... No. What? What are you saying? And if they do have mold in them, you can sue Coca-Cola and make a ton of money. Exactly. It's Christmas. Exactly. If there's anything in my doctor paper that shouldn't be, I'm willing to suffer. Yeah, for the court case. Absolutely. College students don't wash things. Yeah. Has been a while since I've been a college student. I have not grown emotionally since then though, but that's okay. Emotionally, yes. Habits-wise, not so much. Perry, you do need to wash your bottles. That's why I use these ones. Because you can't really... You can only reuse them so many times anyway. And then I recycle. And then I win. Midas, hi, how are you doing? Imagine needing water filters, right? Skill issue. Hi, Maddox, what's up? College students and depressed people. Stop it. Fluky, thank you so much for gifting us to Daniel. I appreciate that. God, am I just describing depression once again? Every stream. Anyway, I don't think the government can make hurricanes, is what I'm saying. It is in conclusion, I don't think they do that. Also, people mention HAARP. Let me tell you what HAARP does. As far as I'm aware, hey, who knows what the CIA is doing? Who knows? So, okay, this is HAARP, right? HAARP, which stands for... What is HAARP? HAARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program is HAARP. Now, HAARP isn't supposed to affect the weather. That's not what it's for. It doesn't do that. Right? What they do, okay, it goes up into the ionosphere, which is the part of the sky that's 50 to 400 miles above the Earth. So it's like really high up, right? Right? Yes. And what they do is they use radio waves to stimulate little bits of the ionosphere, okay? Which, by the way, is not where weather is, if that makes sense. It's not where the clouds are. It's way higher than that. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Yes, amazing. It does not create or control weather. It's up all the way up there, above the clouds. Way above. And what it does is it's a research thing. So it takes a little chunk and it like analyzes it. So it looks at its properties, its behavior, space, weather, etc., etc., etc. Mostly for how you can increase communication. So GPS and military stuff and satellites and things like that. So it's looking at how it bends the radio signals and how things are transmitted globally. It's just research. That's it. They do communication, navigation, like I said before, space weather studies, solar flares, etc. It's just reading. It is what it is. It doesn't do anything. Does that make sense? It doesn't make hurricanes, for one, because how would it do that? What's the conspiracy behind it? People think that this is making hurricanes. Like, the government is using HAARP to go up into the ionosphere and then I guess, like, go back down again to where the weather is. And then, this is very vague in general, this is not my area. Anyway, and then, like, using trillions of watts to generate loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of heat to create loads of pressure that causes hurricanes on purpose so as to kill off Republicans. But the thing is, right, that doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's not what HAARP is doing. But there is a man who makes a very good point that made me question everything.
I had a realization the other day that was at the level of, why do you never see baby pigeons, or why do you never see your neighbors bring in the groceries? Why do you never hear about tornadoes outside of the United States? I have never in my life heard about a tornado happening outside of the US. Not in the news, not in pop culture, never. I've never seen a tornado being depicted as happening anywhere outside of the United States in any book or movie I've ever watched or read. I've never seen any non-American ever talk about tornadoes.
He's got a point!
And I actually asked the question on Twitter. Are there tornadoes in other countries?
You didn't.
I've heard of hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes, and pretty much any other natural disaster happening in many other countries, but never tornadoes.
Wait, hurricanes?
And I kind of asked this in more of a kind of rhetorical way and wasn't expecting a real answer. But lo and behold, one of my followers actually gave me a real answer. And apparently there is a real explanation for this. So I looked it up, and yeah, while there are some very weak examples of tornadoes in some other countries,
weak examples, weak tornadoes
that happen in the world happen in the United States because it happens to be the perfect storm of good conditions for tornadoes to happen. Tornadoes like to develop whenever cold air masses and warm air masses collide over flat land. And the United States just so happens to be one of the only places in the entire world that happens to have those exact conditions. The extremely cold air from Canada meets with the warm air from the Gulf of Mexico over the extremely flat land in the middle of the U.S. and leads to all of these tornadoes, whereas there's basically nowhere else in the entire world that happens. It's also incidentally why a quarter of the world's food supply comes from the U.S., because it's basically one of the only places in the world that has the perfect conditions to grow food at such a rapid rate because of the flatness of the land and the weather conditions.
Guys, tornadoes and hurricanes only happen in America. There's no way. 25% of the world's food supply. Are we sure about that? Are we sure it's 25%? It's flat. It's flatland. Yeah, flatland. That's. And clearly, therefore, that can't be right. Therefore, it must be the CIA. I actually don't know if that's his point. If there were tornadoes in the UK, they'd call it something like swirly twirly. What is that drive-by? Why? Why would you? That was so uncalled for. He's not wrong, but it's uncalled for. The US owns the patents on tornadoes. Zep, thanks for the bits. The solution is simple then. Build more mountains. Yeah, don't make your land so flat, Skillishu. You're gonna come? Oh, Midas, you might be coming to DreamHack? Oh, I'm so excited about that. Let me know if you decide to, because it'll be so fun. But don't let me sway you, because I don't want that kind of responsibility if you don't have fun. You know? I don't want you to blame me if you come and you're like, this sucks, and I'm just like, ooh. But it will be fun. Okay, do you know what I've just realized in this moment? You know what I've just realized? I don't know the difference between a hurricane and a tornado. What is the difference? They're faster. Bigger and faster. But it's quicker. Size matters. Okay, all of them. Tornadoes are smaller, but faster. They pack a punch, but they're quick. They only last a couple hours. Come on then, dictionary.com, let's go. A cyclone big storm. Big revolving storm. Okay. Typhoon. I'm losing this. I'm losing track. There are 74 miles per hour. Okay. No. Okay, so more severe cyclones are hurricanes or typhoons, which are the same, but they're called different things in different places. So hurricanes and typhoons are the same thing, depending on where they are. They're more intense versions of cyclones, and then hurricanes and typhoons are less intense versions of tornadoes. Tornadoes hit your house, hurricanes hit your country. Oh, I see. What about swirly twirly? That's a good point. There we go. Which one happens on the sea? That's a good question. Maybe all of them. I don't know. Okay. To recap, cyclones are massive rotating storm systems. They're tropical if they're tropical. If they're not that big a deal, they're called depressions, which seems a bit on the nose. If they're quite intense, they're called tropical storms, which is interesting. I wouldn't thought the word storm was more intense than cyclone, but here we are. The most severe ones are hurricanes or typhoons, depending on where they are, same thing. And then tornadoes are rotating thunderclouds only over land. So you can have a hurricane, typhoon, or cyclone, or a depression anywhere. But if it's over land, it's a tornado. And they're much smaller, but they're faster and they're quicker. Okay. Have I experienced them? I've experienced hurricanes. I've not seen a hurricane, or I've not been near a hurricane, but we have them in the UK. They happen. We had one recently. They happen. I was on a plane. Although, to be fair, the hurricane was in Scotland. And I was coming into London. So it really didn't affect me. But it was a bit windy. Shout out Scotland. Midas is like real prep. It didn't really affect me. It was a bit windy. It was a bit chilly. I thought I was gonna die a little bit. Because I was in the plane and the plane was going like this. We were coming down, we were hovering above the runway and the plane was going like this. And I was like, oh. It felt good. I felt alive for the first time. So that was pretty good. Plane go wiggle. Yeah. And then he hit the ground like he was mad at it. It was fantastic. The pilot genuinely, Zeph. Genuinely. Yeah. It's good. It's pretty fun. What if I spin really fast with my arms out and go brrr? Well, that will cause one, so please don't do that. As a national representative, please don't do that, because that might cause a hurricane. Or a tornado, I suppose. So, America is just in a good place for tornadoes, especially Florida. I don't think it's the only place that gets tornadoes. Where tornadoes happen. Tornadoes happen anywhere in the world, but mostly North America. The continent, not the country. This side, the east and by Florida, is the best place. But tornadoes occur in many parts of the world, including Australia, Europe, Africa, Asia, and South America, which is you know, all of the continents. Pretty much. What did we not cover? We're adding North America. What did we not cover? Antarctica. There are no tornadoes in Antarctica. So, I don't know what, like, Greenleaf he's sniffing. But they happen all over. Does anyone say? TikTok, does anyone say that... Wait, no. Tyler, no, Tyler. In England, we call them whirly... What are these drive-bys? Why are they doing... Why are they bullying us? It's because of the roundabouts. Does anyone say that? The worst tornado in recorded history was in Southern Asia. Thank you, Neptune. Okay, people are saying, buddy, they happen everywhere. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm glad about this. I'm glad that someone's getting fact-checked and it's not just me. We resulted to looking at a TikTok comment section for education. We're educating ourselves on the people who are watching this TikTok, and as a psychology stream and not a hurricane stream, I feel like that's my duty. You're welcome. You're welcome. Psychology stream, that's the point of this. All of this hurricane is just background. It's just context for what we're actually going to talk about. Hurricanes also dislike public transport, so maybe that's why America gets all of them. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. We put them off with the I'm only here for the hurricane content. Let's go. We're observing the human condition. Exactly. Actually, very genuinely, very poignantly for this stream in particular, it's about the human condition. Okay, cool. And my final thing about this is there is currently... Beowulf, thanks for the bits.
Ex-Beowulftham says, did you know that the UK has a tornado alley? It's between Reading and London.
Oh, for real? When was the last time we had a tornado, though? Must have been a while ago. When was the last time London, England, had a tornado? 1954. And it hit Gunnersbury, and I don't even know where that is. What about an earthquake, actually? That popped up, and I was like, wow. 2004. Cool. Okay, cool. Sorry, I was just curious. All right. London Alley Twirly Whirly. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it said 1954 because I didn't put in the accurate name for it, which is a Twirly Whirly. So according to ChatGPT, which is, I understand, not the best source, apparently there is no verified technology currently that exists to control or steer hurricanes, thunderstorms, or other major storm systems. There was a Project Storm Fury in the 1960s, where they tried to weaken hurricanes by seeding their eye walls, which is a very funny... very funny sentence. Girl, I want to seed your eye walls. Sorry. But they were ineffective and were abandoned, apparently. That's what ChatGPT got for me after a Google search. So, there it is. I understand that's not the best source, but that's what I got. Blinded the storm. Did you know that Eye of the Storm isn't accurate? That was made up by Twister, the movie. They actually have like loads of different spinnies inside. So here's one reason. I'm going to give you the pragmatic reasons why people believe conspiracy theories about hurricanes, okay? Then I'm going to give you the psychological reasons. Then I'm going to give you the neuroscientific reasons. So we're getting more and more specific and more relevant, I suppose, to me. But here is one reason, okay? People don't understand what a hurricane actually is, including me, to be fair, but here we go.
This is not normal at all. Tornadoes are starting to spawn like crazy around the Tampa area and all throughout parts of that region.
Yeah, they have like multiple eyes and spinnies and they move around.
Touching ground right there near Tampa. That is one of about 5 or so that I have already seen so
at
far.
once?
It's about to get significantly worse, and I'm going to show you why. This is not just some random occurrence. There is a specific part of this hurricane that seems to be wanting to cause tornadoes, almost like it was designed in a lab. Take a look at that. You can see in the center there, in the eye wall, there is this tornado-like shape that keeps forming. Something about this hurricane is different. It is very, very, very strange. I can tell you, I have never seen something like that while covering hurricanes. You can see
shit.
has this unique funnel.
I'm sorry, you can't see. I'm so sorry. That's such a rookie error. Okay. You were just looking at me looking at it. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Okay, here you go.
That seems to be wanting to
my bad, guys. Sorry.
Almost like it was designed in a lab. Take a look at that. You can see in the center there, in the eye wall, there is this tornado-like shape that keeps forming. Something about this hurricane is different.
Streamer for 3 years, I know.
Strange. I can tell you, I have never seen something like that while covering hurricanes. You can see it has this unique funnel shape as we zoom in on the picture here. That's crazy. What's going on? Why is this hurricane specifically creating these tornadoes like crazy? It's not just tornadoes, by the way. The lightning strikes are absolutely off the charts. We are seeing lightning left and right as the tornadoes continue to touch down. That could be the most dangerous part, by the way, of this hurricane. Everyone's wondering about the storm surge, which, by the way, is scary, especially in Tampa Bay. It's one of the most vulnerable. Just going viral right now on my X account. You can see that is a very weird shape as well for a tornado. It's extremely powerful in order to have a funnel like that. There are conditions right now that should scare all of us.
To the people of Florida.
So I don't know a lot about hurricanes. I am not exactly seeing what he means when he says it looks different, or that a hurricane keeps creating tornadoes. I don't really know what he means by that, but don't worry, he doesn't either. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't understand why some people go into paranoia logic instead of being sciencey and trying to learn. Well, the reason they do that, there's a bunch of reasons, but the main reason they do that is because there is one particular bias. Now, this is me paring off them all. There are lots of reasons. There are lots of reasons that make that would make us feel sympathetic and empathetic towards their situation. But one big reason, genuinely, which is going to be pretty rude of me to say, is the overconfidence bias. People like to believe that they know shit, or that they're capable of understanding things just by thinking about it in thin air. People like to believe they don't actually have to research something to know it, or to have a vibe and be right. You know, not me, I don't know shit. Yeah, I feel like that too. But some people, they have an overconfidence bias. They trust their intuition, which actually is a different bias called... Oh, I really thought I wrote this down. Wait, what did I just say? Totally forgot. Anyway, overconfidence bias. People believe that they have the skills to be able to conceptualize something from thin air without having to actually research it. People believe that they'd be able to tell if something is true or false just from the vibe of it. Yeah, the intuition bias. Yeah. I think it has a specific name, but I didn't write it down. Anyway, yeah. So people have this bias where they believe their gut feeling. Oh, I didn't write this down because it's this isn't a bias. This is neuroscience, but we'll get there later. People believe their gut feeling. And if you have an overactive anterior cingulate cortex, which is like here, somewhere here, if you have an overactive anterior cingulate cortex, then, or just a fucked up anterior cingulate cortex, then you might be, or if your amygdala's popping off, so you're super scared and anxious, then it fucks up your ACC as well. Almond region, not quite. Almonds are more like in there. Like in the middle. Yeah. And like under. It's like they're like, I can't point because it's like in the very middle of your head. Anyway. More almonds! But the amygdala is the almonds. Yes. So if you have an overactive amygdala, almond, you're going to be stressed out and anxious all the time. And that's going to fuck up a lot of different things. We'll come back to this. But one thing it's going to fuck up is your ACC, your anterior cingulate cortex, which is like here somewhere. And basically it underperforms, and that makes you think that your intuition is great. No! Forget everything I've just said. It's not the ACC, it's the insula. Same thing, amygdala, Same thing, but it's not the ACC, the part that's affected, it's your insula. My bad. Sorry, it's the insula, which is like, I think. I just pulled a false information act. I did, I'm done, I'm sorry. It's not the ACC, it's the insula, my bad. Different part of the brain, doesn't matter. But that does gut feeling and gut emotions, it's your intuition. So if you have an overactive insula, or if you have a fucked up insula, or whatever it is, or the connections between your insula and your amygdala or other the emotion centers are too strong, and you're not really balancing that with critical thinking, or whatever, then you're going to trust your intuition and feel like you're right about stuff, even if there's no evidence to back that up, which is, don't do that. That's a bad idea. Intuition should only be trusted if you have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge in that area. Then you can trust your intuition, because probably what's happening is you are picking up on cues that you're not actually consciously processing. And if you have a lot of experience in that area, then the cues you might be picking up on and the reason why you're feeling a certain way about it are more likely to be right. If you know nothing about that area and you have no experience in this area at all, there is no reason why the cues you're picking up on would be right. It would be completely random, and probably you're hungry or something. So if you know about something, trust your intuition. If you don't. And that's the general rule about it. How do we stop from being confidently stupid? It's very tricky, isn't it? It's very tricky, because how do you know if you're confident and right? I was actually thinking about this the other day. Like, let's say, because for all intents and purposes, parents-in-law, they had a singing class the other day. And I come downstairs the next day, and they're bitching about this. They're bitching about this woman who can't fucking sing. But that's obviously not a bad thing, you know? That's not what a singing class is for. You get better, right? But she can't sing. But the problem is she's really confident and really loud and trying to show off. And it was a specific style of singing. But she was putting all these effects on, like, the operatic and the vibrato stuff, which is not that style of singing. And she was being corrected and being like, actually, you want to try and do it like this. You want to not do that. Not do the showy stuff that you're obviously putting on purpose, because people do that. But try it like this. And she just wasn't listening. Louder over everyone else. And she can't fucking sing. And so that's what they were just like, this woman. And so I said, it's very hard to know. See, that's the downfall of confidence, isn't it? It's the downfall of confidence. Because how do you know if you have, if you're not confident about something, how do you know if you have low self-esteem or if you're right? You know? The answer is evidence. The answer is evidence. Do you have evidence that you are good at something? Do you have evidence that you know something? Have you studied this thing? Do people tell you? Do you get asked to do a lot of stuff? You can never, I guess, really know, but you look at the evidence and you can make a prediction, you know? Just do it and see. Yeah, true. Absolutely. So you... do you have low self-esteem, or are you right? That's what my dad says all the time. For some reason, my dad is not unattractive. But for some reason, he thinks that he is. And it's very sad. He thinks he's hideous. He describes himself as Shrek. But he's a normal, young-looking guy. Is he single? Get out of here, Midas. You know? He's like a normal, fine-looking person, right? And he looks pretty young for his age, so like GG. That's my man you're talking about. Shut up, Midas. Sorry, that's twice in a row. But he describes himself as all these awful characters. He has very low self-esteem about his appearance. And I sometimes try to say, I think that might be in your head, buddy. Not like that. But I try to sometimes say, I think this is in your head. I think this is low self-esteem or whatever. And he says no. Because how do you know if it's low self-esteem? Or what if I'm just right? And then he started talking about, because he watched a documentary on body dysphoria, and this is the most toxic thing I've ever heard him say. Body dysphoria is very, very, very real. It's an awful condition that is a symptom of a lot of other conditions, and it can exist on its own. It's very real, should be taken very seriously. It affects the self-esteem and the whole lives of everyone that's going on. You're beautiful in your own way. Dysmorphia, dysphoria, I never know the difference. Dysmorphia, I think you're right. Body dysmorphia is the one I'm talking about. But he was like, I don't have body dysmorphia. I'm just ugly. Buddy. I don't know how to argue with that. Like, anyway, and that brings me. You guys want a Dunning-Kruger recap? We can do a Dunning-Kruger recap. We haven't talked about it in, I guess, a month or so, so fine. Dunning-Kruger is a theory. It's a fun theory. It's not backed up by any research. It's not evidence. It's not real. It's not true necessarily. But it's a fun little theory that you might look at and be like, oh my God, that's so true. And I'm sure for some people it really is. But it's not scientific at all, okay? Basically, I drew this too big. Basically, the Dunning-Kruger effect is a graph of confidence. Okay. Confidence over time. Wait, I'm wrong. Confidence over knowledge. Okay. Is what it is. So, basically, as you learn a little bit of knowledge about something, your confidence goes up, right? That makes sense? More knowledge, more confidence. Awesome. It goes up and up and up, up and up and up and up and up and up and up until it peaks. It peaks. And that is what you call Mount Stupid. Why do you call it Mount Stupid? Because the reason it peaks is you realize that there's an entire world of stuff you didn't consider. You basically, at this point, you think you know everything. What more is there? And then you find out. There's a lot more to it than you thought. And then your confidence plummets into what you call the pit of despair. Pit of despair. I don't know anything. I was so wrong. I'm so embarrassed. And now I'll never know anything and I'm overwhelmed. And then eventually your knowledge actually grows and your confidence actually grows and it plateaus, and that's called the plateau of enlightenment. Enlightenment. This is the theory. Dunning-Kruger. Again, it's not scientific, but it is pretty fun. So I love saying that I'm at Mount Stupid for various things. I was at Mount Stupid for tennis for a little bit. I practiced tennis for like a month. I thought I was good at tennis. Not good at tennis. Really not good at tennis. Embarrassing for me. Embarrassing, really. Please go on Wikipedia because the graph is wrong. How fucking dare you? What do you mean my graph is wrong? That's what I did. That's the same thing. It looks identical. What are you talking about? Excuse me, fucking sir. Uh-oh, Mount Stupid residents. Exhibit fucking A of someone who might be at Mount Stupid. Look. Bang. Bang. What's your issue, buddy? It's the same. Excuse me, fucking sir. Yes, this is the front desk. Open the actual Wikipedia. See, if I'm actually at the end wrong now, it's really embarrassing for me because I was very rude. What am I looking at on the actual... Oh, shit, that's different. What is this? Oh, this is the study. Yeah. This isn't the graph. This is the study. Okay, let me explain. So this isn't the Dunning-Kruger effect to explain the concept. This is the results of the study. So basically what they did to find out this, right? Again, it's not scientific because there weren't that many studies on it. It's still just a theory. It's a fun one. But they did do a couple studies on it with people, right? And what it was is they took a bunch of people who knew a lot about a particular subject, and they took a bunch of people who didn't. And they asked them, and they gave them a test in that subject, whatever it was. Maybe it was maths, I don't really know. This is just very general. But they gave them a test in that, right? And they asked them after the test, how well do you think you did? Perceived performance, yeah? Perceived performance. How well do you think you did? The people who didn't know very much about it, so the people who got the worst scores, they had the biggest gap between how well they think they did and how well they actually did. And then eventually it gets closer and closer and closer until their perceived performance actually goes under what they got. So the people who got the best scores think they did worse than they did. And so using that, they decided this, right? They decided that people who know a little bit about something, they have way higher confidence than people who know a lot about something. So this is the graph of the theory, and this is the graph of the results of the studies that they did. And there are slightly different ones as well, based on the different things. So this is representing the gap, you see? So my excuse me fucking sir stands. Okay? Trying to fact check me about psychology? Trying to fact check me? Okay? Which please do fact check me. I'm a random girl on the internet. I sometimes do things from memory that I learned, and memory is messed up. So sometimes I do get things wrong. Thank you so much. Like the ACC earlier. Remember when I said it was the ACC and not the Insular? What an idiot. He's already dead. Trying to fact check me on psychology? So this is some evidence. This is gonna be the worst thing I've ever said on a stream. You're gonna hate me after I say this. This is some evidence of what I've been saying this entire time. If I don't know something, if it's not my area, which is most things, I'm about 20% accurate. Okay? If it is my area, I'm about 80% accurate. Please do fact check me. But I am gonna call you an idiot. If you're wrong. 60% of stats are fake, that's true. Is that still my byline? That used to be my byline on Twitch, but I think I changed it. Because you guys think I'm like here. Alright? For psychology. Fucking here, mate. No, I think I'm actually here. Really. In actuality, I think I'm here. I know enough to be super vague on a live stream. The actual experts in neuroscience are fucking wild. Hold on, did you just know? You have no evidence of that. You have no evidence. In the blight down of the graph, genuinely. I don't know if I'm coming to DreamHack anymore. Were you gonna come just to meet me again for the second time? The first time of which I definitely remember. I think it's ringing. Where were we? Where were we on the TwitchCon floor? Do you know what? I don't remember any TwitchCon Rotterdam. I don't remember it. I can't visualize the floor. I remember San Diego, and every time I'm like inserting TwitchCon Rotterdam. Wait! Oh, it had the food trucks on the left, and then Artis Alley was in the middle, and then there were these big, like, blow-up emojis. Oh, I remember! I can see it now! That was Rotterdam. God, that feels so long ago. Oh. I was streaming. Oh. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm really gutted, actually, because I've been thinking for months that I'm desperate to meet you, and I missed it. In my memory, I missed it. I forget everything after stream, I really do. It's fine, I'm just a girl. This is awful behavior from me. This is awful. Just a girl. Okay, when we do meet again, you're allowed one slap. It has to be on stream so people think it's a stunt. You're allowed one slap. I'll accept it. It must be at 50% power. You're a big boy. 30% power. It must not leave a mark. I'm not gonna hit a woman on camera. Okay, off camera. Alleyway. Alleyway. Without money. Oh, without money. Weak. Alright, you can maybe slap me. Yeah, slap me with a tortilla or something. Tortilla. Tortilla. I meant to say tortilla. We can play limes. I don't know what that is. What's limes? We heard it. You heard nothing. You heard nothing. You can't prove it. You can't. You can't. All right, let's watch some TikToks. Come with me. So this is the first one I saw about hurricane conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to distract you now. Distract you from the tortilla incident. Come here.
Can someone explain to me how they already knew?
Also, so that people don't think I'm slandering Americans. Okay, this guy's British. Just so you guys know, I would never slander Americans. Okay? Because it's not Americans' fault. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm not slandering Americans. America's a huge country. Hugely diverse population. Everyone has a diverse population with stupid people and smart people. It's not your fault. So I would never love you Americans. You also make up most of my viewership base. So please don't leave me. Thank you. But this guy's British. Okay, you're welcome.
Can someone explain to me how they already knew about this hurricane, the fact that it was a Category 5, and the fact that it caused widespread damage? Like, hello? It's almost like it was planned.
Please tell me that's a joke. Please tell me that's a joke. Man discovers weather forecasts for the first time. Like, hello? Is he serious? Absolute room temperature IQ. Go off, Roxanne. Is school legal in America? He's British. He's British. That guy's slandering Americans. That's not me. How do you plan a hurricane? Also a good question, Jim. This guy believes it. It's the government. Okay. Please tell me you're joking. And he replies, you okay, NPC? This guy's a troll. This guy has to be a troll. Speaking truths into this clown world. Oh, transcendingtimes.org. Wait, oh, he has a YouTube channel? No, Tony.
Good morning, off.
No, Tony! He's not a troll. Does he have more subscribers than me? Hold on. No, he doesn't. Okay, good. Just about.
Good morning, afternoon.
No, Tony! Just barely, I know. Ah! I thought he was a troll. The path to sovereignty. Dude. Maybe he just is a very elaborate troll. Maybe. Flaming, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate that. What's transcendingtimes.org? Go on then. Huh. Healing with Tony. Chakra removals? Are you supposed to remove your chakras? Cutting sexual cords. Oh, don't do that. Sexually transmitted demons.
Hey wonderful people, how you doing out there? Hope you're having a great week. So I'm here in a secret location in the Thai mountains. I stumbled across this little shack place, which is a bit
pretty cool.
Spooky actually. So hopefully nothing will happen while I'm shooting. That won't be very nice.
Please don't cut my sexual cord.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to you today, just following on from the whole chakra removal update and
are you supposed to remove
just
your
really
chakras?
talking more metaphysical things.
Gotta get the chakra off
as
to
we
clean
go
it.
deeper
Yeah,
into
that's what it
the
is.
work that I'm involved in regarding the sovereign human matrix. And just really,
he's on the run from the authorities. So yeah, you can have whoa, hold up. The problem is that we don't understand this. The Tinder society, sleeping around and stuff. The problem is that we don't understand this. We don't understand that when you have sex with someone, you become corded to them for life. You can take over their not this again. Their characteristics and behavior. Women take 50% of the man's karma. Shit. We take over their karma? So if you have as a woman, if you have sex with someone who sucks, then you get all their karma. You are what you consume. hell? Please. We found the secret to karma maxing. But that means that if you sleep with good people, like nice boys, or women, or whatever, nice people. Wait, if you have sex with another woman, do you just swap karma? Well, you swap half your karma. Which half? You mix karma. That's pretty hot. But if you have sex with someone who's not a woman, and they're a good person with good karma, then you take good karma. That's karma maxing. That's fantastic. That's how you do it. The pin is wild. Did you get pinned? 47 seconds for 50% of your karma is a terrible deal, in my opinion. I love that you pinned it. 47 seconds, yeah? Do you know what? Listen, I like that because it's honest and it's confidence in yourself. You know? You're not ashamed. Hey, 47 seconds is nothing to be ashamed of. It's oddly specific. He's timed it. He's done his experiments. So there's a way, is what I'm hearing. There is a way to get loads of good karma. What happens to the man, though? So if the man has sex with, like... How many would you need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe like 8. If you have sex with about 8 people, then you basically practically erase your karma. 8 or 9 people. So you can kill anyone you want. You can rob banks, you can kill babies. So long as you then go and have sex with 8 or 9 women. And then your karma is removed. Pretty much. Pretty much. You do get diminishing returns, yeah, but you want to get it under that 1% mark. Sounds good to me. Yeah. Sounds good to me. Boys, is it gay to karma max? Wait, but if a man has sex with another man, no, nothing happens. You keep your karma. It has to be the women. So if you want to keep your karma, you only have sex. Yeah, because if you're like a good person with good karma, you can't have sex with women because they'll steal it from you. Don't cross karmas. There you go. There you go. So if you're a good person, you have to only have sex with men. If you're a bad person, you have to have sex with about 8 or 9 women to not have a cosmic punishment. Okay? Good. Glad we cleared that up. All right. There's some advice for you. It's better to be gay if you're a good person, if you have a good karma. Yes. So you don't lose it. I'm a child of God. You can be a child of God and also sleep with boys. Not boys, men. Sleep with men as well. Anyway, he does a course for $400. Dollars? Dude. Does he not live in the UK? Oh, thank God. We don't have to claim him. Energetic interference removal. This course is designed to set you on your path to become your own healer. Cool. Metaphysical interference, including overlays, entities, etheric implants, cord cutting, don't cut my sexual cord, contract deletion, and much more. Contract deletion, what with like soul babies and stuff. American court in the end. What are the women gonna do with all that accumulated karma? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. They just got it forever until it all runs out. Or they have sex with women. But then it's just swapping. And that's not helpful. You don't get rid of it. Who knows? Sexually transmitted karma. Anyway. He also sells books. Are you living or just existing? Oh, that's so based. Oh, that's so based. I hate that. He said one thing that's true. Anyway. I can subscribe. Anyway, sorry, Tony, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make this stream about you. Dinosaurs didn't exist. Go on.
Did you know, guys, that dinosaurs never existed? I know this might be triggering for a lot of people out there because we've been indoctrinated since school and with films to believe that these big monsters roamed the earth at some point. But there's been no ancient culture that has ever found dinosaur bones or dinosaur skeletons. The only people to have found dinosaur bones are the people that were actually invested in pushing the theory of dinosaurs and the theory of evolution, Freemasons and people like that. When you go to museums, you're not seeing dinosaur bones or dinosaur skeletons, You're seeing a combination of paper mache, whale bones, animal bones, and even one of the most famous skeletons in one of the museums in America, it's been exposed that the head of the dinosaur is actually an iguana's head. You can't see the originals, they're in a vault somewhere, so they say that they need to be protected. No one can ever see them. It's all fake, it's all lies to keep you away from the idea of a creation. Did you know, guys, that dinosaurs never...
TikTok cut him off because they don't like hearing the truth. Iguanas, I can't unsee it. Zillion! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid! We're learning why dinosaurs don't exist. Zillion, thank you so much. That's so nice of you. I really appreciate that. How was your stream? What were you up to? What's going on? Hello. Welcome in, everybody. What was your stream about today? If you guys don't know me, my name is Perry or Perry Carl. I'm a variety psychology streamer for whatever that means. And today we're actually talking about hurricanes. We got a little bit distracted with Tony because Tony is a kooky guy. I didn't mean to make this stream about, oh, what's he gonna say about Paul McCartney? Leave Paul McCartney alone. I didn't mean to make the stream about Tony. We'll go back to hurricanes. But that's what we're talking about today. And welcome in. Hi Ginger, hi Lars, hi Eggs, hi Eternal. What's up? Zillion the man himself. Hello. Played spooky games. Oh, I've been meaning to play Zoocosis. Do you like it?
Like, go in.
Yes.
With your freaking thing, right? It's honestly, it's the easiest freaking thing ever. Basically, go into multiplayer.
What's the easiest thing at going with your thing? What's the easiest thing? Did someone clip that out of context? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's a good time for spooky games. I'm trying to convince my friends to come around and play Chillazart because they're really creepy and really funny. I'm not going to tell them what they are. I'm worried about my friend actually because he hates horror films. Hates them. Can't do it. Gets scared for no reason. And then he texted the other day being like, let's play horror games for Halloween. And I'm worried that means he's in a fit of depression again. Actually, genuinely, seriously. Babe, what's wrong? You're not touching your Disney films. Horror games? I think maybe he doesn't realize they're worse than films. It is so good. Okay, cool. And you saved all the animals. That's good. That's good. This guy has 44,000 followers. Shit, does he have more followers than me? No. Okay, good. It's the second time I've done that. Hi, Bruno. What's up? Is the title irony or... No, I'm completely serious. No, I'm joking. It's a quote. It's what others allege. It's clickbait. Welcome. If you've not come from Zillion, or I guess from me in a sense of obligation, then you've been clickbaited. Welcome. She's serious. Don't believe her lying jokes. Big and I'm a better person. Midas. Hi, Yuru. What's up? Yes, please go grab some food. I'm glad. Thank you so much for coming here with all of your many people. And thank you for the luck and enjoy. And bye. Thank you. See you soon. Perry's the dinosaur denialist. It's true. It is true. Okay, hurricanes. Let's watch some more. So I told you the main, to catch everyone up, the main hurricane conspiracy theories. Hurricane Milton, specifically, which happened on the 10th of October and was a Category 3, which is huge. Killed a bunch of people. Very, very sad. There are politicians that are saying that Hurricane Milton was created by the government. Not the idea, the actual hurricane was created by the government so as to kill off Republican voters, because there happen to be a lot of those in Florida. And then other people are saying that the government's just doing it for various other reasons too. Actually, we haven't covered that, so no spoilies. But there's lots of ways they're doing that with HAARP, which actually just, it's a research thing to measure the ionosphere, which is way above the thing that does weather in the sky. It's 50 to 400 miles above. So it's nothing to do with creating or changing weather at all, HAARP, not even slightly. And we don't have the technology at all to make hurricanes. We do control the weather though, sometimes we make rain and clouds and shit. But not hurricanes, because that's difficult. That's really difficult. So that's what we mainly covered so far. That's the big boy. But here are some more fun ones that people are coming up with. And I love it. Let's go.
So as you can see on the left here, we have a picture of
Thanks for the follow, Magneto and Lost. Thank you.
And then on the right, we have a picture of Hurricane Milton. And there is a very scary, eerie, haunting resemblance in both of them. And this one, you can low-key see
that hurricane
teeth,
looks just like me, Chris.
which is even creepier. But even in this one, also too, that eye just looks really devious, like it's looking directly at you. But in the photo of Hurricane Milton, which I find to be super creepy and super weird, you can kind of see a nose, kind of something similar with this one, but you can kind of see a nose, and right here it looks like the mouth is open. You can clearly see the lips, the mouth is open, but this eye looks so dazed out. It looked dazed out, like it's being controlled or something. This one just looks evil and sinister, but oh my god, honestly my mind is all over the place. Hearts and prayers to everyone out there in Florida. Please be safe and seek shelter immediately. I just find this to be so creepy and just wanted to point this out, you guys. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. How do you guys feel? Do you see the faces, or am I just tripping?
Babe. So you're absolutely right, the people in chat who said pareidolia. Pareidolia is a psychological thing, psychological phenomena, concept. We do it all the time. Basically, when we're born, when you're a tiny little baby and you're born, the first thing, or one of the first things that you're really good at, the first skill that you develop straight away, is your ability to detect faces. So the thing that you know when you're born from all of the millions of, I don't know, lots of years of evolution. Millions? Millions. Humans started running 2 million years ago, according to a psychologist, his theory. Anyway, trillions. Anyway. Yes, of all of the many years of evolution, we have learned, and something that you're born with is your ability to determine faces. So the pattern of faces, the two eyes, the nose, the mouth. We're really, really good at that. And then we learn, once babies can start actually seeing properly, because when they come out, they're all fuzzy and whatnot. Once babies can actually start seeing properly and clearly, the next thing you learn visually is how to detect a human eye. We're very, 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 very good at detecting what a human eye is compared to other eyes. Right? And because we're so good at this, we see faces everywhere. Faces are the most common thing that you hallucinate if you're inclined to hallucinate. They're the other people. They're the most common thing that you see in terms of pareidolia as well. What is pareidolia? Pareidolia is when you see pictures or images in something that's just noise. It can be visual. It can also be auditory as well. Oh, Jesus Christ. I did this wrong. Here. Okay. This one's a bit fuzzy, but still, you can get it. If you look at this is different to the last one we did, I think. If you look at this, if you stare at it, can you make out anything? Do you see any images? Clouds are a good example too. You ever look at the clouds and you see like a man or something? Why is there a picture of my parents fighting? Because behind the scenes before the stream, I drew that in. I see a bust, a statue here. Follow my mouse. There's the face, the neck, shoulders, and the bust. You see? That's what I see. Boop. I literally see nothing. Well, there you go, Lars. There is nothing to see necessarily, but something we're very, very good at is pattern recognition, because we need to. We need to determine patterns. It's how we perceive anything, basically. How do I know this is a desk in front of me? How do I know? Because I'm looking at the angles. I'm looking at the lines. I'm looking at how far away it is from me, the structure of it, what I imagine the texture to be based on the shadows and the lighting. I'm looking at all of these things. And my brain is going, desk. Now, it happens very, very quickly, but that's what our eyes are doing. And we fill in the blanks all the time, so that's why we get things wrong. Because our brain makes a lot of shortcuts so that we can see and interpret things quickly. But it is magic. It's absolutely magic. And the fact we do it so quickly is amazing. But how do we perceive anything? We have to take in all of these tiny little pieces of information. Shape, angle, lighting, texture, interposition, so how far away it is, all of those little things, colors, etc., etc. And then we make a judgment. What is that altogether? And we do that for everything. And it's very, very, very exciting, very exciting. But that's what our brain's doing constantly. So pareidolia is when you see something when there's just noise. Trees, you see faces in trees, tree bark and stuff like that, clouds, etc., etc., etc. You can also do it with noise as well. You can do it with noise. Oh, sorry! Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that was the worst. Are you okay? Are you alright? I'm sorry. Is everyone okay? Thanks, I'm deaf now. I'm sorry. Anyone who was sleeping, pay attention! I scared you. I'm so sorry. I took about a year off your life. Barry, you're muted. That reset the 65 hours of ASMR. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I'm glad your volume was low. Jesus, Jesus. Actively mode. Okay, I'm gonna slowly increase the volume. Oh wait. Okay, you hear it? Now, does anyone hear sounds that isn't white noise? Not really, to be honest, because white noise is a very specific kind of noise. It's not exactly noisy. It's not the right kind of noise to be able to determine things, but you are ascribing different memories and different emotions to it, which is very fun. So a waterfall, rain, sizzling bacon, exactly. So we still, our brains, even though we know it's white noise, we know it's white noise. We know it's just a bunch of frequencies arranged in a certain way, artificially produced. We know it's white noise. It says there. But still, it's really hard to knock out the idea that it's something, because our brain is constantly trying to make sense of the world and categorize things and blah, 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 blah. All the time. So that's very, very interesting, but not exactly a good example of pareidolia for auditory. But if you ever look at EVP, electronic voice phenomena, so ghosts and things, I won't show you guys again, but you can look it up, because we did it last stream. But you can look it up if you want to, if you care. And yeah, so a lot of time people hear voices. If you have audio that's going, you can hear voices and people saying certain things and clipped words and stuff, and people usually ascribe those to ghosts or spirits or whatever. But it's pareidolia, which is very, 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 very interesting. And that's what's happening here. That's what's happening here. So first of all, this graph is, I actually don't know what this graph is. Is it pressure? What are the different colors showing? I assume it's pressure since it's darker inside. And then you've got the walls here. But this graph, these colors are almost arbitrarily ascribed by humans to measure one specific feature of the tornado. I think if you looked at, wind speed, you're right, it's got to be wind speed. But if you looked at something else, like, I was gonna say heat, but it'll probably be the same. I don't know. If you're looking for something else like precipitation, the colors would be completely different. So it is pretty irrelevant. And also this is just in this moment. So it probably moves and changes as well. Oh yeah, pressure. Exactly. So that's very, very interesting. And so basically what's happening here is she's taking this arbitrary image, or just an image in general, and she's seeing a face in it. As she is biologically programmed to do. We see faces. That's what we do. But it doesn't mean that it's a demon. I think something or someone was trying to unalive us all, but all of our prayers and energy work took it down to a safer level. I believe it, actually, because there's this one woman who did this successfully. So this is an example of that, actually. Hurricane Milton is coming right at us, but my house is built on you. I mean, you might as well. I probably would. I'd hedge my bets. If I can't leave my house and there's a hurricane coming from me, you're damn certain that I am praying to every single god that there is. You are absolutely... I'm going to be praying to everything. And it worked, I guess. They're still alive, so there you go. Jesus saves, amen. Exactly. No shame to her for believing this. Do evacuate, though. The problem with this... oh, God. They're not. They're fine. But, that's funny. Oh, so you guys are, like, dead. Hey, girl. So, this is insane. Yes. Less. As a religious person, please evacuate and get some common sense. Thanks. Did she reply to this? Maybe they can't. That's a good point. Now, the problem with this is that some people can evacuate, and they're choosing not to because God will save you. How do you know God didn't cause the hurricane, bruh? How do you know that? Fucking leave. Thank you. God also gave you a car. Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz? Thank you so much for the bits, Real. I appreciate that a lot. Hey, girl. So this is insane. It has me dead. That's so funny. I love it. What do people say? You're insane if you don't think the power of prayer changes everything. A fucking hurricane, Jay. Buddy. Why not do both? Do both. Leave and pray. You know, why not? Why not? God gave you legs, no? Fucking run, buddy. Anyway, here's another one.
I believe Milton was a demon that was just defeated with a demon behind it. I had a vision. A demon boss? Word. God spoke to me and said there was a demonic spirit that was stirring.
He had a vision.
Was demonically sent. And I released a word for the saints to pray. And God broke the powers of that storm, I believe, from people praying all across Florida, because it was supposed to destroy and way worse than Hurricane Helen. But I believe because the people prayed, this demonic spirit that you see this face in here was defeated by prayer.
It was defeated by prayer. A lot of people do believe this. The people who died in Hurricane Milton might disagree, but they were heathens, clearly. Is it too soon to make that joke? They didn't pray hard enough. Oh dear, that's a bit dark. I'm sorry, that's a little dark. Here's a completely different conspiracy theory. Why? Finding out Tampa was protected from disasters since 1921 by a sacred native burial ground from the Tocobaga, and it was recently dug up. Fuck, she's right. Fuck, she's right. They dug up the burial ground. That's what caused the hurricane. Wait, they dug up a burial ground? That sucks. That sucks in general. That does actually suck. I don't think it caused a hurricane, but still. Are you guys getting Fs? Huh. That happened last stream too. I thought I fixed it. It should be better now. It popped back up again. Micro Fs, damn. Christian, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Let me know if it's okay. Oh, we're getting frame drops. Okay, I'll just stay perfectly still. I'll cover my mouth and I'll stay perfectly still, and then you won't know the difference. Seems fine now. Okay, yeah, just for a moment. On my OBS, it's showing that it's back to normal. Cool. Thank you so much for letting me know. Do let me know if it drops out again, and I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Okay. Here's another one. Here's some more. This woman has channeled messages from, I think, the aliens, but I'm not sure. She hears alien voices in her head, and she has assumed that it's channeled rather than psychosis. Please go to a doctor if you're hearing voices. Thank you.
Oh man, these solar flares drive me nuts. Am I right? All these channeled messages can't stop, won't stop. So, in continuation of humans control the weather collectively, meaning that if there's any sort of negative emotion,
right,
like emitted by a majority of people in that particular area, that's
bad
going
vibes
to create more ethereal chaos than the atmosphere can
The depressed people cause the hurricane.
Stirs up a storm. Makes sense, right? So hurricane is
Can't
all
even
about
keep a straight face with this one.
Tornadoes. Spirit just let me know. Apparently, there's a lot of
the spirits told her
insecurity in Tornado Alley.
Poor people cause the hurricane.
To, like, farming and just stressing about having food to feed everybody collectively. That's what creates tornadoes, because it's like that swirling. It's energetic hunger, essentially. That's what spirits.
Damn it, Billy! Just be happy. So
Anyway,
interesting.
Have a great day.
I can't believe the poor people caused the tornado. The depressed poor people. I'm poor. Where's my weather anomaly? I'm sure it's coming, Swallowed. I'm so sorry. Stop being sad. Save temper. Now that is a byline. That's a byline. But guys, the aliens told her so. So it must be true. Jesus! What do people say? Why are the seasons then? That's a good question. If you follow your own body pattern, seasons when you seed, hibernate, feel creative, release, etc., you'll see they match the seasons. So we are the creators of seasons. When do I seed? Because if I'm going on like the boys I know, they tend to be seeding all the time. More in the summer. To be fair, more in the summer. Wait, is it the seeding that causes the hurricanes? It's the release. Well, that matches up too. Okay, something about feeling isolated causes snowstorms. Yeah, definitely goes that way around, not the other way around. It's not the fact that you're in a snowstorm that means you can't leave. No, it's that way. What emotion is related to flooding? Obviously sadness, Kasia. God damn it! No one answers her. Obviously sadness. What a stupid question. I am with you on this train of thought. That train is barreling towards a wall. I would get off it. I would jump. Tuck and roll, bad boy. Tuck and roll. Thank you for the hydrate candy. Thanks. When I wrap myself in a warm blanket, a cold weather appears. Explain that. That's a good point. That's a good point. Seriously, Sparkle, clap, clap. Have any of you guys tried dissolving the clouds? I think we can dissolve the hurricanes and tornadoes. I mean, they did that with Hurricane Milton, right? It was saved by prayer. People actually believe that in Tampa. Sorry, I read your message, but I couldn't say it out loud because we were watching a video. Xena, hi. That's a widespread theory in the Tampa area. I heard that one growing up a lot. That storms can be put out by prayer. That's so interesting. I didn't know that loads of people believe that. I thought it was just, you know, the odd one on TikTok. That's so interesting. It's sad seeing these levels of critical thinking blind spots. Yes, but it makes life less confusing. Yes, and it makes people feel more in control. And that's the big reason behind it. That's a big psychological reason. People are scared and they want a way to... They want a way to control it. They want a way to minimize it. They want a way to put it in a little box that they can do something about. Like praying or protesting the CIA or whatever it is, right? It never rains when I'm inside. This can't be coincidence. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, here's some more. Oh, I actually have one left. Aw, guys. We could just find more, but there's one left.
So there's reason to suspect that Tropical Storm Idalia was constructed by Georgia.
The emoji.
Because they have the Vidalia onion. So if you look at the shape of the eye, it kind of looks like an onion.
Think for yourselves. Don't be easily manipulated. So I think this guy's trolling and I love him. I love him so much. No comments. No, man. Not with the hashtag CapCut and all. Venti Papi, tell me what else you got. 26-year-old dad with undiagnosed ADHD. Cool. Tell me. It's not loading. I want to know. I want to know more thoughts he has. Because I think he's a genius. So he does a lot of gym content. Here's him in a hot dog costume. We must stop the terror. How to identify a fish?
What kind of There's a fucking big fish right there, dude. I don't know what he is. Looks like what kind of fucking fish is fish, that? Dude. Look at him. Very fishy. Like you see the shape of the tail. Very forked. It's very a fishy. See the head? Fish. What kind of
How is this not viral? I don't understand TikTok. What the hell? Robbed. Absolutely robbed. Is what it is. Oh, look, he's identified another fish. Oh! Gotta stop doing that. So sorry. Welcome. Joel's in chat. Joel's in chat. Can't keep my arrow in my pants. That's a pretty... Wait, he fishes with a... Wait, sorry, I missed the core concept of this. He fishes with a bow and arrow? Okay, so I don't think it's necessarily true. But if he did fish with the bow and arrow, that would be amazing. As a vegetarian as of 2 days ago, that makes me sad. But still, okay, here we go. I'm starting again, guys. I'm a vegetarian. I've been vegetarian for 2 days. It's going well. And I know what you're saying. I know what you're thinking. Perry, you do this every few weeks. Perry, you do this every few weeks. It never lasts. This time it's different. This time's the one. It's gonna stick. I swear to God. As the Lord is my savior. I use a bow and arrow. Calps for me. Thank you. Pay me attention. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're vegetarian because of the lamb. I'm gonna be honest. The lamb was a big triggering factor for me in terms of the vegetarianism. That I think that's what caused it. This particular round. Round implies it'll end. It's not. It's gonna stick this time. So I found out on like 3 streams ago. Two streams. Oh, so I've been vegetarian for like a week now. I've been vegetarian since the lamb. I've been a vegetarian genuinely since that stream. So like a week. Hell yeah. Let's go. Anyway, so I found out on stream. This is what caused this. I found out on stream that lamb meat was from lamb. Now I know that sounds obvious, but I thought the English language just be like that. You know, I thought we just called it lamb. I always found it weird. In my head, I always found it weird. I was like, it's so funny how we call it lamb, but actually it's from like adult sheep. I thought that was strange that we did that, but I thought that's what it was called. I thought mutton was like elderly sheep. And people were like, oh, we don't eat mutton because it doesn't taste nice. And I was like, well, it wouldn't. They're like elderly sheep. You know? Toby, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's what I thought. And I found out, thanks to you guys. You guys informed me of this and we Googled it and I had a bit of a moment. That lamb comes from lamb. Sheep that are less than 1 year old. And sheep live to about 12, which is the same age as dogs. And they're smart. They're smart animals. Since that, I've been a vegetarian. It's stuck for a week. Let's go. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. My whole life I've been eating lamb. And I'm the sort of person that would never, ever, ever... I judge a restaurant. I would judge a restaurant for serving veal. I would. I'd be like, I can't believe they're fucking serving that. I would like not eat at a restaurant if they serve veal. Because that's gross. But I'll have the lamb, please and thank you. Oh, an idiot! Anyway, I didn't know that. But the thing is, it's not my fault. Let me prove to you why it's not my fault. Okay? So I sent my mother this voice note. Mom, did you know that lamb meat was from sheep from less than 1 year old? Less than 1 year old sheep? Did you know that? Because I remember you telling me the mutton was from older sheep, but when you said older, I thought you meant like old. You know, I thought you meant like elderly sheep was mutton. I didn't think like normal sheep. Did you know? Did you know? And she replied, I didn't know it meant less than 1 year. That's awful. Glad we don't eat much lamb. Good for you. I did. So no, my mum didn't know that, and she did tell me that it was elderly sheep. She did. So I messaged my brother the same thing. Zeki, did you know that lamb was from sheep less than 1 year old? Like all lamb in the UK apparently means it's from a sheep that's less than 1 year old. Because I found that out today. And I don't know if you were aware of that either, because, you know, I'm smarter than you. So I'm just looking out, buddy. such a bitch. And he said, I did not know that. Also, though, I pretty much never eat lamb anyway. Good for him. So they straight, and then he had a bit of a crisis. He messaged me each one of these with about an hour between them. About an hour between them, and he never messages me. So about an hour between each one of these messages. That was the first one. An hour later, he says, so they are straight up bred to be food. That's peak. We're from London, allow him. Then an hour later, he says, wait, so there are people whose job is to be like, yep, she's ready, and murder toddler, not even fully grown sheep. He's correct. I actually can't believe you didn't know this. I didn't know this. My parents didn't know this. My parents told me a certain thing, and I didn't know. I thought it was weird. I thought it was weird that we called lamb meat lamb when there are lamb as well. I thought it was strange, to my credit, but they didn't tell me. They didn't know. They told me something else. It's not my fault. My favorite Italian restaurant serves veal. What's my favorite Italian restaurant? Oh, you can't tell me. DM me. What's my favorite Italian restaurant? Don't dox us, please. Thank you. No, it doesn't. Oh, fuck's sake. Am I gonna have to... Oh, everything's a lie. Everything's a lie. This is terrible. I'm so going to hell. The one by our house has a veal ragu. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're such a liar. You're doing this on purpose. You're trying to fuck with me. You're such a liar. No, it does not. Do you mean the one very close to us or the one further down? Or the new one? Or the one with the pizza? Well, they don't do ragu. No, they don't. I'm gonna have to control F the menu. Oh, I think I can because it is text. See? None. That sound. There you go. You're gonna shed a... I'm gonna like look up all of the restaurants. Our menu. Do it, tell me. Oh, it does. It also does lamb. F's in chat, thank you. Thank you. Anyway, hurricanes. Let him kill me. Hurricanes, let's go. Oh yeah, we do have frames. We should be back now though. Sorry. I'll sort that out tonight. Anyway. Okay, so that's hurricane conspiracy theories. My favorite is still the demon faces. This one's still my favorite, I'm sure. That's hurricane.
Milton was a demon that was just defeated with a demon behind it. I had a vision.
He had a vision, and that's how he knows. So to summarize, bunch of different conspiracy theories about hurricanes and what they're from. Dystopia, hi, welcome in. How are you doing? No, you shouldn't have told me that! Dystopia? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Oh no. Okay. So, to summarize, there are loads of different conspiracy theories about hurricanes. The main one is that the government are making them. They're making them. They're firing lasers up into the sky, or they're firing they're doing something with magnets or electromagnetic waves or whatever, or noise, or they're doing a bunch of other stuff using HAARP or other things. Weather warfare, they're calling it. And one of the reasons, the motivations why for that is political. So they want to kill all the Republicans, obviously. They want to suppress hurricane data, so we don't know the actual extent of military testing or the world. There's insurance or financial reasons, kind of like when you burn down a pizza place because your pizza place isn't doing very well and you claim the insurance money, but like an entire state of the US. Naming conventions. There's something with naming conventions. I actually didn't look this one up. Naming convention hurricane. I wonder if we can find anything here. How I imagine people choosing names for hurricane. There are loads of conspiracy theories about this, but I don't actually know what any of them are. The hurricane naming convention. Hi, Big Reese. What's up? How are you doing? Let's find out. Let's find out. Thank you for the follow. And hi. Let's find out. Naming convention hurricane conspiracy theory. Oh, it's sexism. Oh, that's fun. For 150 years, storm names were fraught with racism and sexism, personal preferences and vendettas. That's funny. So basically the guys would name them after their wives. I say funny in a very, what's the word? What do I identify as? I totally forgotten again. Absurdist. I say with absurdism in mind. That it's funny. It's obviously not funny, but it's yeah. Women are hysterical. Let's name the hurricane after that bitch ex of mine. Peak boomer humor. Yeah, the humor of that's like I hate my wife. It's making a comeback. They all ball and chain. Anyway. Anyway, so there's that. People also think that maybe they're making 15-minute cities. So you know how people want everything to be a 15-minute city? If you don't know, a 15-minute city is basically one where no matter where you are, you're 15 minutes away from the things that you need. So like a grocery store, a hospital, public transport, etc. Right? You're 15 minutes always, at least, away from stuff that you need. And they want to make all the cities like that. Or I don't know who wants to do that, but people want to do that in general. And so exactly. So yeah, a good walkable city. Yeah, I love it too. But people are saying that that's why they're making hurricanes. The government's making hurricanes so they can level places like Tampa and start again. I don't understand exactly how that will help. Surely you can just leave it as it is and then build more, hubs. Right? Yeah. Just nuke the cities. That's step one. Nuke the cities. Start again. Kill everyone. that's yeah. That's it. People are also sharing images of geoengineering station, Florida, underwater. People are sharing pictures of this. Where is it? Oh yeah. Like this stuff. They're being like, ooh, what did I just see under the water in Florida? Ah, stuff like this. And they're saying that these are the things that are geoengineering, and they're fucking up the, and they're fucking up the climate, and they're creating storms under the ocean. See, it's a scheme. They're spinning the water, and that's what's causing the hurricane. They're actually nurseries. Here's a guy collecting or looking at the plants. They're nurseries. They're growing plants. They're monitoring. It's conservation work mainly. Or research for underwater cultures. They're not spinning anything. But again, you're right. It's really easy to create a hurricane. Look. And that's what people thought they were doing there, but not there. That one's plants. Okay. And then finally, then my favorite ones personally. Hurricanes are demons. They can be defeated with the power of prayer. Hurricanes are caused by disturbing ancient Indian burial grounds. They're caused because of onions, although that one was a joke. Or because the aliens are mad at us. They only ever happen in only US. Only US have tornadoes. There are no tornadoes anywhere other than America. Suspicious much, according to that guy. And emotions. That's my favorite one. Hurricanes and tornadoes, deadly, life-changing hurricanes and tornadoes are caused by people who are sad or poor, because their negative emotions is like sending out spiraling chaotic energy into the universe. Yeah, don't forget about the depressed and poor people. That's my favorite one. I think. Exactly. Smell the vibes. Yes. Women are like hurricanes. They come into your life wild and free and then leave with the patio furniture we bought together, Sarah, you bitch! At Kleist XXXX miss you uwu. Thank you, Yorian. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, and a lot of the time they don't really specify who they is. That's a good point, Chocolate. Oh no. Oh dear. Why is it necessary to apply malicious will to environmental disasters? As opposed to the reality that climate change is a side effect of corporations' apathy and ignorance. AJ, you've led me on so well. That's so good. That is exactly what we're talking about next. 100p. Excellent point. So, why do people do this? I'm going to take you through some biases today, and we'll start with that one. I'll take you through some biases that people have in their brain holes that lead them to these conclusions. Then I'll take you through some psychological reasons and motivations. Then I'll hit you with some brain science. Let's go. MS Paint comes out again. You love it, don't complain. Okay, so here's some biases, and we'll start with that one. I've forgotten what you've said. Yes! Okay. So what you're talking about there are two biases in particular. One is the proportionality bias. Proportion. I'm trying to make this legible. Proportionality. Okay. And the second one is the agent detection. Agent detection. Okay. So, proportionality. Exactly. The proportionality bias basically means that people think that if something is a really big, life-changing, a huge event, it must have an equally big, dramatic reason for it. Because otherwise, I guess it's unsatisfying, right? So if you have a big tornado that's going to kill a bunch of people and it's going to change your life, it's going to steal the patio furniture, for example, it's very unsatisfying to think that, oh, it just happens. Especially if it's kind of like an average tornado and not a particularly groundbreaking one because it's Florida and they just get tornadoes. Or if it's something like climate change, which is a very big deal, but feels kind of underwhelming, if that's the reason with climate change. You know? So that's what it is. It's a bias. It's a heuristic, actually, a mental shortcut as well. You assume that if something is a big deal, it's going to have a big cause behind it. Coupled with agent detection. Agent detection is the sensation, or the bias, I suppose, that something must have an intention. It's ascribing someone's intentions upon something. There must be agents at play that are controlling the situation. And I'm not actually completely confident why people think this. It's just something that we do. There's probably a bunch of reasons that I just don't know. There's a bunch of reasons as to things like overactive parts of your brain, pattern recognition, egocentric points of view, which we all have. We all have an egocentric point of view. We are the center of our world. Thinking that human community must be the foundation of everything, And especially if you are paranoid, you're going to be thinking that it's a conspiracy. People are out to get you, right? Our upbringing, always upbringing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe Florida is bad because the Antichrist lives there. That's also a very good point. Everything happens for a reason, exactly. And a lot of the time people attribute the reason to someone, an agent, the government, etc. A person is out to get you. There's also a third one that's very similar to that called the attribution bias. Attribution. Okay. Attribution bias is basically the same thing, but it's specific to personalities. So you're attributing the incident to the personalities and intentions of other people. So for example, if you, let's say your bins outside are really unstable and they keep falling over. Now, the answer most likely is that it's the wind knocking them over, but you don't see them get knocked over. And you don't, particularly in your nice little house, you don't particularly think the wind is that strong or they couldn't possibly do that. So it's a little bit weird to you that the bins keep falling over. And you have a neighbor that you're not sure you really get on with very well. It's that idea that it must be the neighbor. Agent detection, right? Agent detection, but also attribution. My neighbor's personality is vindictive, and therefore they totally come out and push my bins over. No, it's the bin goblins. Well, that's a step further, and I like where you're going with it. Hi, Capo. What if it's the aliens? That's a good point, too. It's true. I'm the neighbor. Then again, that's a good point as well. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean you're wrong. It could very well be your neighbor. Thanks for the hydrate. If you see a rock rolling down the hill and you don't assume agency, then you ignore the mountain lion until it's already choking your life away. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, that's probably a big reason why we do this. Agency detection. Oh shit, yeah, this is the reason why we do this. It's survival. It's survival. Okay, for example, you're a tribesman. You're in the forest. There are lots of predators for you, animals that can kill you, right? You're in the forest and you see a shrub moving. Or the leaves are going... The shrub is moving. Now, you could assume it was the wind. Or something like that. Or it could be a lion. I don't know where exactly we are that there are lions in the forest, but let's say there's a lion in the forest. It could be a lion. So one, we're very, very good at patterns, detecting whether or not it is a lion. But if your brain's a bit squiffy, right? If your brain's a bit squiffy and not very good at the pattern detection, or if you're a bit paranoid, so you're seeing things and you're jumping to the conclusions, or you're a little bit stressed out already, you're more likely to infer it as something really dangerous and run away. Bush goes shoo, shoo, shoo. Exactly. Lion in a shrub in the forest. Exactly, Reese, exactly. It's a big issue. It's a big issue in many countries. Anxiety is overly sensitive survival instincts. Yes, in a lot of ways, absolutely. Why cats are terrified of cucumbers? Because there's a chance that it's a predatory courgette. You know what them courgettes are like. Can't keep a handle of them. Courgettes are the Russell Brand of vegetables. Ah, yes. Conspiracies. We like it, Pika. Welcome. Stay back, shrub demon. Exactly. Exactly. What a big word for a normal trait. How can we make awareness into 2 words? What are you saying to me? About what specifically? Oh, you think an aubergine is more Russell Brand than a courgette? I see it. I see it. Okay, so those are the ones that we talked about before. But here's some more. We've also got anchoring. Tussle Brand, nice. We've also got anchoring. Okay, anchoring. Anchoring is when you believe the first thing. The first thing you hear, the first thing you read. You believe the first thing. You're anchored to that point, to that idea. Kate! Oh my god, 12 months, a whole year. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Love the uwu. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so nice of you. Thanks. Yeah, anchoring. You believe the first thing you read. You believe the first thing you hear. Of course you do. We all do. We all do that. You read something, that's the only information, that's the only knowledge you have about it. That's the truth. For now. until you accrue more evidence, until you do more research. But even then, it's a bias that's quite hard to get away from, because what you do when you acquire new evidence about something that you've only read one thing, when you acquire new evidence, you're comparing it to that. Every single time, everything is in relation to the first thing that you read. So if there are differences and if there are disparities, our instinct is to believe the first thing. For no reason. They're both equally reputable sources, let's say. But for no reason, we believe the first thing and we think, oh, the second thing must be wrong. Now, it's something, if you're just aware that's happening, you can disregard it and be careful and stuff like that. But that's why it's really, really important if you're doing any research on anything, especially in history and things like that, because historical accounts are completely different depending on who wrote them. Even on, like, 2 different kinds of Irishmen will write the famine completely differently, right? It's really like that. So what you got to do with all of that is make sure you're reading a variety of sources, variety of types, variety of people with different backgrounds and different innate biases, and then try to use the evidence or the factual information of the events that occurred and come to a conclusion that's most likely. And you're never going to be completely right, but it's just one of them things. And get rid of this anchoring bias, because that's something that we do. Who needs evidence when you're paranoid? Just hedge your bets, man. Paranoia is just sensible planning. But my echo chamber said that I shouldn't. And that leads me to the next one, Pixel. Number 5, confirmation. We know about this one. Everyone knows about this one. Confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when, it usually comes hand in hand with anchoring, when you see something and you believe something, you pay attention to the stuff that agrees with it and you tend to disregard the stuff that doesn't. For no real reason. For no real reason. We just do that. You know, especially if we want something to be true, or if it has emotional value, or if someone we trust told us that. Because it's not just about the thing they told us, but it's also about our respect and loyalty to that person. You know? You don't? You never have any confirmation bias? I do. I just hope that I spot it. I hope that I spot it when it happens. I'm sure that I do all the time. I'm sure that I have all of these all the time. Paranoia is an irrational fear. If people are trying to fuck you over, the fear is rational, and it isn't paranoia. Absolutely. It's very hard to know. Very, very hard to know. If you have ADHD, you just don't pay attention to anything in general. Look, a cat. And then you win. And then you don't have any biases and you're perfect. People aren't logical, and that's okay. As long as you don't spout it on social media. Absolutely. Absolutely. People are never logical. Well, we're logical in our own way. We all have... This is my opinion. But I'm right. And I'm always right. This is my opinion. Everyone is logical in their own way. I'm defining logic as something different here, so bear with me. We don't just jump to okay, telling a story, you go from A to B to C to D. Right? Number 1, number 2, number 3, to number 4 until you get to the end of the story or whatever, right? You don't just jump to D randomly from nothing. I'm pretty confident no one does that, right? I'm pretty sure that people all have a line of logic. They all go A to B to C to D. So if someone says something completely insane, like, Give me something crazy. Give me like a conspiracy theory that's just absolutely batshit insane. Like, could use a hurricane one, to be fair. The moon doesn't exist. That's pretty good. Okay. No moon. Moon doesn't exist. All right. And someone comes up to you and they're just like, the moon isn't real. That seems like there's no reason they would think that, right? That's wild. That's insane. Why would they think that? Okay. And so they've just jumped to D completely in their mind. They just have a random thought in their mind and they believe it. What the fuck? Right? But I'm pretty sure that's not how brains work. Now, this again is my opinion, but still, I'm pretty sure that's not how brains work. I think in their mind, right? In their mind, what's happened is they don't trust something. So there's something that happened historically. There's a precedent. They started looking up maybe the moon landing or something. and they're getting suspicious of the government. So they do a bunch more research, or maybe they don't, but still they do a bunch more research into the government and the times they've lied before, MK Ultra, etc., all of those things. And they're like, okay, so I'm going to go ahead, being a conspiracy theorist now, they've now jumped into being a conspiracy theorist, I am going to go ahead and believe that the moon landing was faked. Right? That's A. That's A. And then they're going to, and there's probably lots of reasons why they become a conspiracy theorist, like the community aspect of it, their insecurities, their ego, their need to feel special, which everyone does, but they may have not in the past, and then it's very sad. It's a sympathetic situation to fall into that trap. But here it is. So that's A. And then to B, they've said something like, okay, so the moon landing wasn't real. I think I'm pretty confident now. The moon landing isn't real based on all my research. So therefore, what else isn't real? If I look up at the sky, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe all of the space missions are faked. All space missions. There is no space. Flat Earth. No space. Therefore, the moon isn't real. Or, this is actually probably a better, more relatable one. My boyfriend's cheating on me. Bad boyfriend. Boyfriend cheat. Heart broken. Oh shit, I fucked this up. Heart broken. Okay? Boyfriend cheat. Oh no. But there's no evidence for this. There's no evidence at all. She's paranoid. She's insane. She's going through a thing. She has a mood disorder. I don't know. This is a particular person. She has a mood disorder. She's incredibly paranoid this day, and she has absolutely no evidence to show this at all. Right? Boyfriend cheat on me. Now this sounds like based on no evidence whatsoever. Boyfriends had done nothing wrong at all ever to show any sign of distrust, even slightly. No reason to not trust him ever. So even though this seems like a completely random thought that has popped out of nowhere, right? Popped out of completely nowhere. Okay. In her head, there is still a line of logic. Let's say he didn't reply to my text on time. Text. That's weird. Maybe he's lost feelings for me. Or he's not as keen on me as much anymore. That causes a ripple of insecurity. Then she finds something that could be construed as evidence, but isn't. Like, let's say in a shared bathroom that he has, a shared bathroom with a block of flats, for example, she finds a hairband. Maybe it's a light brown hairband, and the women on his floor have dark hair. Let's say. Or maybe there's one woman on his floor who's blonde and she thinks is more pretty than her, and so that feeds into that insecurity. And then she goes from hairband to boyfriend must like her more. Right? I'll ask my boyfriend about the hairband. He seems weird about it. But he's going to seem weird about it because now she's anxious and she's paranoid, so whatever he says or whatever interaction you're having with anyone is going to feel weird. Therefore, he's cheating on me. Line of logic. Or it's a trauma response. Yeah, probably attachment or blah, blah, blah. Exactly. Mood disorder, whatever it is. My hair, and it's only slightly my color. Exactly. Now this is still unbelievably delusional. This is still delusional in this particular instance. It still is. Or it's a trauma response, or there's like a reason for it. The moon isn't real. It's still delusional. Right? Hurricanes are secretly demons is still a delusional thought that doesn't make sense. But it's not that there isn't a line of logic. It's that the logic is wrong. They've jumped to conclusions, they've done mental shortcuts, heuristics, they haven't acknowledged any of these biases that we talked about before over here. And they've not fact-checked anything, they've not provided absolute, like, completely concrete evidence, and they've not thought about the other variables. So confirmation. This, therefore, definitely means this without considering what else it might mean, right? Or they've missed a third factor, sharks like ice cream, that example. But it's still a line of logic. So I believe everyone is logical. Call it a logic tree. That sounds good. I like that. I might do that too. So which means it's not logical. So you admit you are wrong. I believe everyone is logical, but their logic is flawed. And if you go through their logic, you can find out where they've done something wrong. They just have a really poor methodology. Heuristics mentioned. Hi, painting. What's up? At a wedding recently, a girl was trying to convince me that all straight women are crazy. I was just like, okay. All straight women. What was her reason? Did she have a reason? I mean, she's wrong, because generalizations are always wrong. Oh, the Perry, all humans breathe air. Shut up! That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. You do this every time. All people have to eat food. Shut up! Checkmate! It's like saying everyone knows how to do math. A lot of people do maths wrong. If you define logic as a skill, then you're right. What is logic? You can have bad logic, it's still logic. Isn't that like all philosophy? Like if you look at any Kantian philosophy or anything like that, it's still logic. Like one of his thing was universalism, right? If the way, I don't know if this is actually universalism, but one of the things he thinks or thought was that the way you can tell if something is a bad thing to do is if everyone does it, the world would end or something. Which is obviously very, very stupid. If everyone was a farmer, that would be bad. Or if everyone was a maybe not farmers actually, that sounds fine. But if everyone was a physicist as a job, that would be bad. Is stupid to mean that being a physicist therefore is bad. Because yes, if everyone was a physicist, that would be bad. We'd have no food or anything. But it's okay to be a physicist, man. So obviously that is that's a bad philosophy. But he still had a logic that he got there. Unless you define logic as a skill, if you're capable of clear, sound reasoning. But then a skill you work on and improve. Like I could be skilled at the piano, but I might not be the best yet because I'm still improving. Don't you slander Kant? Why? He was a dickhead. Everyone hated him, I heard, allegedly. He was that dick at the table that's like, actually, you know? And then said the most unhinged thing that didn't make sense. Illogical people are very good at winning arguments. They have no business winning. That's so true. It's so hard to argue with people who are confidently wrong. It's so hard to argue, as Tishy was finding out. I think we're both right, Tishy. That's what I'm going to go ahead and say, depending on how you define logic. I just mean everyone has an order of thinking. Okay, I will concede that you're right. Maybe logic is the wrong word I'm using. Maybe I need a different word. Everyone has a way they got there. Everyone has a pattern of a way they got to where they got to, even if where they got to is ridiculous. And it just might be a fucked up order. They might just have done biases and assumed wrong things. Joel, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Logic be subjective? Probably. Models of thought. There you go, AJ. I like that. I was right. Would you like... Yes. I'm conceding. Joel away. Joel away. Exactly. Whether or not it's cognate is a complete other matter. Absolutely. That's my argument. I think that everyone has a line. And ideas don't just spring from nowhere, but they can spring from the wrong place and get extrapolated in the wrong way. Why are we talking about this? Conspiracy theories, I believe the hurricane is a demon. Or the CIA is making hurricanes with technology that doesn't exist, but they think it does. Endless, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You agree with me too? Oh, you guys think so as well? Thank you. I appreciate that. I love the validation. Logic doesn't have to be based in reality, says Remy. So you agree with me too? Yeah. Never argue with idiots. They drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Experience someone I don't know. Yeah. Because hurricanes and demons care not of Republican plans. Yeah, they hate the Republicans. hurricanes and demons. They hate the Republicans. They want to kill all the Republicans, and that's why hurricanes only happen in Florida. Hi, Canadian. What's up? Human-caused climate change is fake, except hurricanes, apparently. What? Wait, what? Who's saying that? The hurricane is causing anchoring to move your vessel, which may or may not result in a new safe or unsafe parking space. Stop it! Okay, here's another one, Drew, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you. Do people's psychosis always have lines of thought? My mum had a bout of psychosis and she always thought I was going to be kidnapped, but when asked why, she would just look confused. Oh, maybe not. I think probably though. Although of course I don't know. And I don't know your mum, and I'm sorry that happened. I'm sorry that she and you were going through that. Jared, thanks for the gift sub, and Elron, thank you so much for your prime. Garrett, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you guys, thank you. Yeah. Stuff like that. I mean, the people I know that have had really strong delusions. For some reason, I know quite a lot of people that hallucinate. I don't know. But the people I know that have really had strong delusions, there's been a line of logic there too. Even though they might, at the time, they find it really hard to see it. And if they do say it out loud, they realize they're wrong. You know? Sometimes it's depending on your particular branch of psychosis and how strong it is. You can't just snap yourself out of it. Sometimes you can. Nana, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so basically, one of my friends had a delusion that she was kidnapped by aliens, and now the world around her was fake. The whole world around her was fake, and it was like one big set, like in Rick and Morty. Drinker, thanks for the follow. And if you asked her at the time, why do you think that? She'd be like, because it is. You know? But the line of logic went like this, kind of, from what I remember. The line of logic went like this. It was, she had a bad feeling in her body. Which is, I guess, a valid place to start. She had a bad feeling in her body. And she was dissociating. Okay? She was dissociating. Which means that she actually, specifically, she was having derealization. So the world around her looked really, really fake and weird. Derealization is something that can happen in your brain. It's a symptom of other things, usually. But it's when the world around you looks really weird. It's like you're looking through, or you're looking at a movie. It's not quite real, right? Keep your moderating. Oh, you've come up as a Banavator. Because I think you've made a new account and come back. So now you're a Banavator. So your messages aren't going through, lol. Anyway. But anyway. Yeah, so dissociation. There's different kinds of dissociation, but it's basically when you feel like you're outside of your body and something's not right. And the different kinds are depersonalization, which is where you don't really feel like yourself. You're sort of over here, you're floating, you're looking at the stuff you're doing, and you know that you're in control of it, but it doesn't really feel like you're in control of it. You're sort of going through the motions, and if you looked at yourself in the mirror, you might not recognize yourself, right? Derealization is when it feels like the world around you isn't real. So instead of feeling like you yourself aren't real, you're very much embodied, you're very much in yourself. You're aware of all your thoughts and feelings, you're very much, I am Perry. But the world is real, I feel very unattached from it. The world is not real, it feels really, really weird. It feels like I'm kind of in a dream. You know when you're lucid dreaming, if you've lucid dreamed before, not everyone does, but that sort of feeling, right? And it's a symptom of other things. It's a neurological thing, it can be, like your brain doing something weird. It could be because you're tired or hungry or whatever it is, if you've not gone outside for 7 months or something. It can also be a symptom of various other mental health disorders or exist on its own, but it's a thing that happens to a lot of people. It's super real, right? So in this moment, she had a bad feeling in her body and she was dissociating. So she felt like she was in a dream at the time. She was derealizing. Jared, thanks for the gift subs. Hi, bro. What's up? How are you doing? I showed you when you worked to a friend and he said that this is psychopath stuff. What, the mind control? Me doing mind control gaming means I don't have empathy? Oh, tell me more. I love that. I love that. I'm glad that he had that reaction. That makes me feel special. Welcome in. How are you doing? And thank you for showing me to other people. That's cool. That makes me feel good. You get it as a side symptom of an anxiety disorder. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That is common. Yeah. So she was having all of this, which made her feel like she was in a dream, which made the world around her not feel real. And then she started thinking of why. Because these biases, right? These biases, you want, or just your brain, you want to categorize things. You want to understand things. So she started coming up with all these ideas. Why? Why doesn't the world feel real? Now, a lot of the time, if you don't know that you're dissociating, which sometimes you don't, depending on the condition, she does have a mental disorder. But depending on the condition, you might not realize what it is. You don't know it's derealization. You don't know it's in your brain because it doesn't feel like that. In the moment, it feels real. So she didn't assume that it's anything wrong with her. She assumed that she was right. Therefore, she was trying to think, what are the reasons why? And she came up with a bunch of different reasons. And one of the reasons was the world wasn't real. So either I'm dreaming or it's literally not real. And she had watched a movie recently where they were in a fake world. And therefore she assumed this. And then confirmation bias, all of the stuff around her began to prove it. So people's faces started looking really weird. That's part of derealization as well. People's faces started looking not quite like them. People were saying things like, you know, let's take you to your room. Oh, you want to lock me up? You want to keep me quiet? Don't yell. Oh, why? So someone hears me and say, you know, confirmation bias, things like that. And then everything just fed into this delusion and it got worse and worse and worse and worse and snowballed and snowballed. She's fine. She's totally fine. That was just one night. But still, that's what happened. And that is the line of logic. So even though that is insane and she's running around the house thinking that the world is fake, this is how she got there. Does that make sense? But I don't know if that's true for everybody. I don't know if sometimes you can just pop there with no reason whatsoever. Did they trank her? No! What do you mean, did they trank her? No, she calmed down after like 20 minutes and then one of my friends tried to logic her out of it. And it worked, actually. One of my friends said to her, she took her to the window. I told you this last stream. He took her to the window and he made her look at how detailed it was. And he pointed out how detailed the world was. He brought her out of it. He opened the window, some fresh air, helped a lot. He looked at all of the people and pointed out all of the people who were minding their own business, doing their own thing, and saying, do you really think, is it likely, think about everything you know, is it likely that all of this and all of these individual people are here just for you? That all of this is just for you? Is that likely? Or do you think, knowing about your mental disorder, knowing this, do you think that maybe you're just having a bad night? It was really kind, yeah, and it snapped her out of it pretty much. She calmed down a lot, and then after a couple hours she was fine again and she was like, I'm so sorry, and she took her meds. So you know, she could be in a pod being pumped with Globofen, making her believe the world is real when it's not actually there. See, you shouldn't say that to people. Oh god, see, the thing is, one of my friends wanted to fuck with her. He's not my friend anymore, he was a sociopath, but one of my friends wanted to fuck with her and wanted to be like, yeah, it's all fake. That would have made it so much worse. Probably, and again, this is just kind of my vibe, but probably one of the worst things for mental health and for especially for psychosis and like mental health that's getting worse and worse and worse is echo chambers. Echo chambers, and that actually goes on this list too. Echo. This isn't a bias, but it's another thing that contributes. Echo chambers. Yeah. Because basically, you can be having a delusion like that. And if everyone around you is super stable and logicking you and calming you down and convincing you that, okay, let's think about this, etc., then you'll calm down. Usually. I mean, some people are very severe and they're very far gone, or they're having extended delusions for months and months and months and months, and that's way, way harder. But for your average Joe with like BPD or something who's having an episode, usually you calm down, right? But as soon as someone validates you, which like r/gang stalking that we did a stream on, as soon as someone validates you and says, no, you're right, the world is set up by aliens, then that is huge. I think it becomes so much harder to get out of that. And then imagine you're part of these groups where everyone is saying it. Hundreds of people are agreeing with you, and they're pulling up articles from all of history, and they're doing all of these things. And then you've got the community. People are alienating you because you're weird and you're running around and you're saying crazy things. But this community loves you, and they appreciate you for who you are because you see the truth. And you're not crazy. You're not crazy. You're right. You're actually smarter than other people. And the people who have all the trauma that's happened to you before, and the people who have bullied you in your life and all of these things, they just don't see how amazing you are. Isn't that so much nicer? And then you kind of sink. You have lots of vested interest. You want to stay, and as soon as you want something, the confirmation bias gets worse and worse and worse, and then very hard to get out of. Very, very bad. Anosognosia. Oh, wait, that rings a bell. What's anosognosia? When people are unaware of their neurological deficit or psychiatric condition. Yes, thank you. I forgot that word. Yeah, exactly. And that's a big part of lots of different disorders. Some of them, it's like the main thing. So people don't know that they have it, which makes it impossible to treat. Or impossible for them to go get help for it, which sucks. Not impossible to treat, but impossible to start the treatment. And that happens a lot. Yeah, it's a nice word. Yeah, it's a good one to remember. Anosognosia. Were echo chambers like that as common as they are now before the internet come around? I can't imagine they would have been. Must have been way harder, right? You'd have to actually go and talk to someone and find someone, and it's not very common. Psychosis isn't, I mean, it's common, but it's not everybody. You know, it's not very common to bump into someone on the street and they wouldn't tell you about it. You wouldn't know that they believed in anything crazy. And if they did believe in something crazy, it might not be the same thing that you do. So I think it'd be very, very, very tricky. Cults, maybe. But there's been misinformation forever, so it finds a way. And of course, the echo chambers don't need to just be about psychosis. It can be about anything, right? Any sort of misinformation. Or actually, not just anything, just literally anything. It can even be, in quotation marks, good. Like if your echo chamber is, I believe in equality and freedom, it's still an echo chamber because everyone's saying the same thing, and it's only actually it's still just a bubble of the world. Not everyone thinks that. It's still a small bubble that's just repeating what you believe back to you. It's still an echo chamber, regardless of what it is. And we're all part of it. That's what social media algorithms are. Vampire, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. The gang stalking sub is rather ill-served being an echo chamber, I imagine. Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. We apply the Teflon to the walls of the pit we dug ourselves into. Oh, I love that. Some random person. Guys, you have to stop making up quotes, man. You can say the thing. You can say that and it can be yours if you want. Or did someone actually say that and you just don't remember who? Every kind of political direction can turn into extremism with echo chambers. Yes, everything, I would argue. Everything is rough. Of course, you probably need a bunch of other things as well, not just echo chambers, for it to work. But yes, so more things. I talked already about the overconfidence bias, which is very linked to, I guess, Dunning-Kruger, like we talked about, but not necessarily. People think they know more than they do. Usually. It's a bias that you can have. People generally think that they would be able to suss out if something wasn't wrong, what was wrong, or something wasn't quite right, just on feeling, or that, yeah, they can look at a hurricane and think that it's man-made and think that the government have the technology for it because they don't really understand how hurricanes are formed or what the technology, like, what's that one we were talking about today? AARP actually does. I think the same reason the internet was lauded for bringing people together is now the reason people are able to relatively easily fall into an echo chamber. Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's good that people are coming together and people are learning a lot of things. I think the internet and social media is a good thing. I think it does more good than harm. Maybe. But it does harm as well. Yeah, overconfidence and stuff. So often we feel like we'd be able to be an authority on something, or we can have an opinion on everything, even if we don't know that we don't know anything about it, if that makes sense. Yeah. So that's another reason why people can believe in hurricane conspiracy theories, because they just don't really get how it works. And all conspiracy theories, really. You know, looking at this map, for example, the demon one. The demon one.
So
if you don't know what this map is actually showing, and if you don't know that you can have lots of different images showing lots of different things colored in lots of different ways that don't show that face, if you don't know what this actually means, if you don't know about like the way our brains develop in terms of recognizing faces and pareidolia and stuff like that, and that we tend to do this and see faces regardless of what it is, and if you don't think about all the other times you might see faces and things and it doesn't necessarily have to mean anything, if you don't put all of that together and you don't know all of these things, you might think that is a demon face, and you might think, damn, that means something. You know? But not necessarily. Not necessarily. Okay, so those are a bunch of biases. Actually, there's a few more that are really, really interesting. So let me show you. Another one. 8. Are we on 8 now? In-group bias. In-group and out-group. Social psychology, right? We prefer things that are for us, or we prefer things that are similar to us, familiarity and stuff like that. If we're in a group, we identify with that group, we want the group to like us, and we don't like things that are outside of that group. It's the us versus them thing, right? Tribalism, exactly, Joel, exactly. It's the same thing. And this can lead to paranoia and can make the whole agency detection thing worse, right? So if I'm a citizen of America. I'm a hardworking, working class, average Joe of America, right? So my in-group is the common people. In this particular instance, you have loads of groups. You're members of hundreds of groups, depending on how you split things up. But one of my groups is the common people. And let me think. Okay, so there needs to, if you're doing all the agency detection bias, so there needs to be an intention or someone behind something. I don't understand how hurricanes work. This doesn't feel real. Hey, these things look a bit weird. This hurricane looks a bit weird, or it's coming down. Why are there so many more hurricanes in Florida than there usually are, etc., etc., etc. You might get a little bit paranoid because your group is being attacked. It's the feeling of being attacked. It's the tribalism, right? I'm being attacked by this group that aren't like me, the elites or the government or whatever it is, right? That's another one. I'm going to speed through these because we've got loads to talk about. And then, finally, for this one in particular, CogED. A CogED is a cognitive dissonance. It's basically when you believe something and then there's evidence that disproves that thing, but then that's uncomfortable because what's the right answer? What do you mean? I really believe this emotionally, but this is saying I'm wrong? And it's uncomfortable and you want to remedy it. So when you have a CogED, usually what people do is you find the truth. You accumulate all the evidence, you find the truth, and if you're wrong, you change your mind, right? Sometimes people don't do that. They dig their heels in, they justify why they're right, and they ignore the evidence, or they banish the evidence away with some kind of logic. So in terms of hurricane detection, right, if it's the CIA creating the hurricanes, what might happen is they don't believe in global warming. They don't believe in global warming, or they don't think it's a big deal. And then all these hurricanes keep forming and everyone's telling them it's global warming. And they're like, no, it can't be. So they need to come up with another reason why. Because they're digging their heels in with the cognitive dissonance. The mental gymnastics. Absolutely. Absolutely. Never heard cognitive dissonance called a CogED before. You can also use it for cognitive distortion, which are different. But that's still a CogED. I love it. Thank you. It's catching on. You're my favorite psychologist. Hi, what's up? I do feel, thank you so much. I do feel the need to do an exclamation mark asterisk though. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not qualified to give you advice. I have a master's in psychology. I love that we make things girly pop. Me too. I think we should. Everything should be girly pop. It's much more digestible. It's much more fun. Okay. So now, those are biases and things like that. I'm going to hit you with the psychological reasons that I feel are much more satisfying as to why people actually believe in these conspiracy theories. So yes, those are all the things that might be happening that makes their logic wrong, right? That might be fucking up their logic so they can't think about it properly. But what is actually happening psychologically? 1, They need control and they need certainty. This is a really big, scary thing that's happening. I can't stop it. Global warming is way out of my wheelhouse. Hurricanes I can't do anything about because they're hurricanes. I might have to evacuate. Look how fucking scary this thing is. But they need to control it. So by putting something in an explanatory framework is what it's called. If you put something into a box that you can explain and you can understand, that's much, much nicer. Especially if you have someone you can blame. Instead of blaming the world and the way the world runs and capitalism, right, for global warming. If you can blame the CIA or just a small group of dudes up in the Pentagon or whatever, if you can just blame them and then you feel like you can protest them and other people would agree with you, and then you can actually make change, that's so much better. Just nuke the hurricanes, right? Perry is my second favorite psychological person after Carl Jung. No, that's still a compliment. Thank you. That's still a compliment. I wouldn't, there are lots of really, I'm twitching. There's lots, Nirg's like, hi, welcome in. There's lots of really cool psychologists that are very awesome and do awesome research and are very cool and sensible and smart. I shouldn't be your second favorite psychological person. I should be your maybe 20th. But thank you so much. Jung shouldn't really be up there because I don't think he's a psychologist at all. He's a philosopher. He's a psychologist of the time when they didn't have psychologists. And he's batshit insane. My favorite is Piaget and then Perry. Oh, thank you. Piaget's cool. Who's your favorite? I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'm gonna get back to you. There's so many. Not Zimbabwe. I like the guys that study Uncanny Valley. There's these two Japanese psychologists. I don't remember their names, but their papers are on Uncanny Valley and robotics. That's cool work. I like what they do. I do like a lot of developmental psychologists. Piaget might be really cool as a foundational person. But he might be a little old now. He? She? I don't know. They might be a little old now. In terms of their... Oh, Oliver Sacks. But Oliver Sacks' theories are experimental and observational, so he's not necessarily... The theories might be a little bit old now too. Masahiro Mori, yes! He was the first one, right? The guy who came up with Uncanny Valley. He's a robotics dude. But there's a few other now that have taken that and do some studies with it. Yes, Mori, absolutely. I don't know if he's my favorite. Just the one that came to mind. So let me think. Nihilism overall. Oh dear, sweet Jesus. What are you guys' favorites? If you have, it's hard to like be like, who's your favorite scientist? that's tricky. I don't know much about the scientists themselves. I don't remember any of their names. Who invented the amygdala? Ow, that's a good question. Okay, you mean who found it? Okay, so control and certainty, absolutely. Then, of course, we're very good at pattern recognition, so that's another reason, but we already talked about that. Mistrust. People mistrust the government and organizations. It's the same reason why people are adamant that they should be drinking raw milk. They mistrust the people telling them not to. What? And then you've got the echo chamber. Of course, and the culture. Lots of films and fictional films and TV and movies can provide the ideas of people's theories. And then the need for belonging and ego. So the whole normal why people join conspiracy theories in general. Let's do some neuroscience. So those are the psychological and cognitive bias reasons why people believe in this. Now let's talk about the neuroscience of it. Why is ego a penis? Did it look like a penis? My bad. Probably be like, yo mama. He did. All the time. Richard Feynman. I recognize that name. What did he do? Freud was good, but could he play games with his mind on Twitch? Checkmate, atheists. Atheist. Oh no. Okay. So, this is the fun part. Okay, what's the number one thing I'm going to talk about? What's the first thing that everyone knows about? Why do people believe in conspiracy theories? Why are people's pattern recognition overactive and everyone's stressed out? What is it? Tell me. It's your favorite one. Prefrontal cortex, yes, but more obvious. Almonds, thank you, yes. I mean, you're all right in your own ways. Almonds, it's the amygdala, exactly. It's your favorite part of the brain. Woo! So, every single goddamn stream we talk about the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex. Everything is the amygdala and prefrontal cortex. Literally fucking everything. Spoonerism? No. That's not always, the answer isn't always spoonerism. Does the almond make you go nuts? Oh, that was rough, I'm gonna be honest. Almonds? Yeah, their almond shape is why they're called amygdala. Because amig or whatever is Greek etymology for almonds, and I don't know, they call them amygdala because they're shaped like almonds. I don't really think they look like they're shaped like almonds, my opinion personally, but every single book that I ever read, every textbook about the amygdala is on and on and on and on about how they look like almonds. Every single one, they really want you to know they look like almonds. And I don't know why, but there it is. Oh, I feel like almonds are more teardrop shaped, right? They have like the point. I don't know. Maybe it's a little pointy, or maybe this just isn't very good, this graph. Anyway, the amygdala is the emotion center of the brain. One of many. Your brain does everything. All parts of your brain basically contribute to everything, but in general, the amygdala is the part of your brain that does emotions, and it's tied to your pituitary gland right here, which releases cortisol. So that's the main thing that makes you feel stressed out. This one is the pituitary gland. Right? And then it's also tied to your amygdala, which is, I don't know, one of these parts. One of these. Anyway, somewhere here is the hippocampus. And the hippocampus is the part that connects emotion to memory, pretty much. Again, it does loads of other things too. It's memory in general as well, but it connects emotion to a memory. And that's probably why it's so close to your amygdala and your cortisol and all that stuff. Anyway. So the amygdala is emotion center, primarily emotions that are linked to survival. So if you are scared and anxious and stuff like that, it's the stuff that does that, basically. It's your survival. It's your, oh shit, things are going on. Which means if they're overactive, for whatever reason, then you're going to be stressed out. Overactive amygdala is one of the main neurological underpinnings for anxiety, for stress, other stress conditions, for a lot of PTSD, for a lot of hallucinations and psychosis, paranoia, delusions, all of that. Yeah, and a bunch. So if I get it removed, I won't have anxiety. I don't know, man. I wouldn't recommend cutting out parts of your brain. I think there are probably easier ways. I think it would probably mean you don't have a lot of emotions or survival instinct, or it might kill you. I don't know. I don't know what would happen if you cut it out, to be honest. What could go wrong? Yeah, exactly. Is there into like the kidney? Can I donate one and keep the other? I don't know. I'm not sure. I wouldn't recommend it. You can't have anxiety if you're dead. That seems like a problematic thing to say. If you're suffering from any of the conditions that we mentioned on today's stream, please call the number at the bottom. Thank you. But there was that guy who was mostly water. Yeah. I forgot what that's called. There's a name for it. But it happened so slow. Apparently this is what happened. So his brain was like liquefied. It was 90% like liquid, like not working, like not a brain. So he only had 10% of his brain left, lol. The lol was a defense mechanism, my bad. But anyway, so what happened basically, and why he was fine, because he didn't even realize until he got down to 10% and then he had to go to the hospital or whatever. But he didn't even realize it was happening. He was fine. Bit stupid, but he was fine. And the reason why they say he was okay is because it happened so slowly that his brain just adapted. So that's what plasticity, neuroplasticity is. It's how bendy your neurons can be, and it rebuilds and it removes and it rejigs, and different parts of your brain are capable of taking over functions. All parts of your brain kind of do everything, but it takes over your different functions and stuff. And so if you lose a little bit of your brain, it can just, other parts of your brain can just regrow and learn how to do it, basically. And so somehow he managed to liquefy 90% of his brain. I say like he did it on purpose. He liquefied 90% of his brain, and he was still okay. He was still fully functional as a human being because it happened so slowly. His brain just adapted, I guess, which is so unbelievably weird. Why was his brain turning into water? I don't know. It was a really freaky neurological condition. I don't know. It was just kind of breaking. I don't know. Good to Google that, maybe. If you find out, let me know. Movie trailer voice. But what if you could use 10% of your... I can't do a movie trailer voice. We have Worko here. It's called hydrocephalus. Thank you. That's the word. Maybe it was brain worms. Maybe. I think I would have remembered if it was that. But I'm not sure. Is this stream Pilates for the brain? Could be. If you wanted. Hydrocephalus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so that's what it is. Basically, your amygdala is the part of your brain that's trying to keep you alive with the fear and the anxiety and the cortisol and all of that stuff connected to the pituitary gland, blah, 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 blah. And so it detects hostile threats. It makes you run away. Stuff like that, right? And so if it's overactive, you're going to be seeing things everywhere. It's the paranoia, it's the hallucinations, it's the delusions, it's the stress, it's the anxiety, it's the pattern detection, it's the agent thing. It leads to more cognitive biases. And the reason why it leads to more cognitive biases, okay, is because the amygdala is really strongly connected to the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex is the part of your brain that does things like organization, planning, and critically evaluates what you're seeing. It does all your critical thinking. It evaluates what you're seeing and why you're seeing it and puts things together. So if you're really, really stressed out, you find it very, very, very hard to be logical, and you're going to make more mistakes, more heuristics, mental shortcuts, and more biases. So, stressful. So if you have anxiety, you're probably less able to make decisions or think logically about stuff that's related to your anxiety. It doesn't mean you're more stupid or anything. It just means, or you're going to be smarter in some ways. You're going to be better at spotting things and detecting patterns and whatever. But it might just mean that in that moment, if you're having an episode, you're going to not think so critically about stuff. Which is why you're probably anxious about whatever it is. I can't talk to the cashier. What if she doesn't like my necklace? Yeah, that's a bad example. But still. Everyone's looking at me. Hard to think critically about that. My whole life is an episode. I'm so sorry, Maya. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Yeah, prefrontal cortex, right? You can also just have a dodgy prefrontal cortex. You can have some brain damage here, or you can have like one that's just shit and not working very well. And that means it's going to be really difficult for you to evaluate information correctly. So if you look at a hurricane and you look at the government stuff and you read things online, you're more likely to believe them, I guess, because you're not critically thinking about it because your prefrontal cortex is fucked. Basically, especially if the information is complicated or there's too many things missing, so you don't really understand a lot of it, especially if it's like scientific and things and you're not in that area, or if things contradict each other. So if there's lots of conflicting evidence, or you really believe something and then something disagrees with it, like a cognitive dissonance, it's way harder for you to evaluate those things and figure out what the right answer is. Now, there's also, as I mentioned, the hippocampus, which is my favorite part of the brain, I think, if I had to pick one. They're under here, right next to the amygdala and everything else. Are they directly connected? Well, it's all directly connected, but still. So yeah, the hippocampus is right under here. And what that does is it connects emotions to memories and feeds back into it. So basically, if something bad has happened to you, it's the thing that does associations, really. So if something bad has happened to you and you were eating a sandwich, it's the part of your brain that says to you, sandwiches are scary and bad. So next time you eat a sandwich, you're like, am I going to get hit by a car? Or whatever. Yeah, the hippocampus does a lot of memory, especially long-term memory. As well as emotions, as well as associations. Never eat sandwiches again. Exactly. Exactly. So if your mother told you, for instance, that lamb meat came from adult sheep. That's a bad example. That doesn't make sense here. I just wanted to bring it up again. Does it also do the narrative thing? It might also do the narrative thing, or that might be a different part of your brain. Does the DMN do the DMN does a narrative thing. We'll come back to that. But yeah. The hippocampus is like the map and index of memories in the neocortex. Yes. The lamb stream really changed me. It really did. It shook me. It shook me to my core. I didn't know that. I didn't know lamb meat came from lamb. It sounds obvious, but shut up. Perry's brain trying to make examples be like processing, loading, critical error. It's really hard, man. It's hard to think of examples on the spot for everything. Do you guys have an example? If you're... Hurricanes. Innate distrust of the government, for example. If you find out about MK Ultra, and then you hear about other weird technological projects that are fucking up, or you think are fucking up the ionosphere up in space, right? Not space, but still up there. You might, because of your memory of other things that the government has done, for example, raised taxes or whatever, or MK Ultra, your memory and your emotions tied to that and your fear with the amygdala, that's all going to contribute to you inherently distrusting the government for other things, and therefore more likely to think that their tech is a lie and they're causing other problems for everybody. Right? That's what that is. It's association. Okay. And then you've got the ACC. So this is the cingulate cortex in here, in this middle part, right? And you've got the anterior cingulate cortex, which is, I assume, at the back. Capo, thank you for your prime. I appreciate that. Thank you. You found a worm in peanut butter you bought once. Oh my god. You ate a worm in your peanut butter. You ate a worm in your... Oh my god, that's so gross. That's so gross. I hate that for you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Extra protein. I like that silver lining, I guess. Oh no. Tasty. Oh, that's awful. Protein, yay. Why would you tell us that I live on peanut butter? You're gonna have to check for worms now. Oh my god, we made you paranoid. You've given Nelson a complex. It's gonna stay with you forever. I'm so sorry. Bulking with worms. Hey, in your hippocampus. There you go. Does the repetition make that neural pathway stronger, leading to more stronger delusions? I think so. Yeah. With repetition, always is going to make something stronger. Absolutely. So if that keeps happening to you, and this is actually a risk with exposure therapy. So if you have some kind of trauma, and it can be any kind of trauma, a little bit over a long period of time, complex, or it can be like you were at war, which is trauma with a big T usually, or PTSD, CPTSD and PTSD, whatever. Whatever it is, if you have some kind of trauma, exposure therapy is usually the treatment for it. And it does a really good job. It works really well. But it has to be done carefully, and it has to be incremental. You build up slowly over time. If you're afraid of heights, you don't just pop them on the top floor. You go up little bit by little bit with someone who's trained to look after you, or with someone who's got your back and you trust them, etc., and who kind of knows what they're doing. And so it's important to do it right, because it's really it's really easy to reinforce something, right? So if you are afraid of heights because, let's say, you had a bad fall when you were a kid or something, if you then throw them on the top floor and they fall again, that's it. You're fucked. Maybe not completely. You can treat anything, I think. But it makes it a lot harder. A lot harder. If you were bit by a dog and now you're terrified of dogs, and they just say, look, here is my big, aggressive dog that's never been trained before, and I'm gonna just leave you home alone with it. And it bites you again. Way harder to treat. Because the association is way stronger. And probably, yeah, it does a neurological thing there too. What about irrational fears? Well, that's mainly what we're talking about. Yeah, mainly it's the irrational fears. That's what it is. EMDR can cause a psychotic episode. Really? Eye movement therapy, when you go like this to someone. And there's something about the way it stimulates opposite hemispheres of the brain, binaural something that helps you relax, calms you down, and lets you remember things more clearly. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like a form of hypnosis, but I think it's a little bit better and it has more rigorous research behind it. EMDR has been so intense in times. Really? I don't know much about it. That's so interesting. Wouldn't have guessed it could cause a psychotic episode. Maybe if you remember something or you're persuaded you remember something, because memory is really weird. You never really know if it's a true memory. That's why remembering something under hypnosis or therapy or whatever is not admissible. It is not admissible in a courtroom. But if you remember something that's particularly triggering and then it makes you kind of pop off a bit, I can see that happening. Yikes. What is EMDR? Eye movement... Something. EMDR. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. A person recalls a traumatic memory while following the movement of their therapist's fingers with their eyes. I thought this was bullshit when I read about it the first time. It sounds like nonsense to me. When I first read it, I was like, no. But no. It's got rigorous backing to it. So there's me again in the valley of despair. In the pit of despair. That's why I'm about there. Because I thought, no way. And I was wrong. And I don't get it. So there's way more for me to do, clearly. But there it is. There's a ton of solid... Yeah, absolutely. There's a ton of solid research. It sounds so weird, though. Hypnosis is real. It's not the way that people often think it is. So you can't really hypnotize someone into doing something. Like, you know, you get people on stage and you're like, okay, I'm gonna snap my fingers and you're gonna act like a chicken or something. That's not real. It can feel real. People can have that experience because of lots of different psychological reasons, mostly wanting it to work and things like that. But that's not how that works. But what hypnosis is basically they calm you way down. They calm you way down. And then because you're so calm and because you're so open to lots of different things, under the help of a psychologist or whoever, they can sort of incrementally lead you through a memory. So, okay, what's the strongest thing you remember about this time? And so they lead you through and they ask you lots of different questions and you're calm, you're relaxed, and you're kind of more open to remembering stuff. And then after a couple sessions, the goal is to be able to uncover what actually happened, right? So if you were abused when you were a kid or whatever, you can kind of better imagine what's happened during that time and lead you through it. But it's not perfect. It's not perfect. It does work, but it's not perfect. And sometimes you can remember something that didn't actually happen. Because memories are really, really weird. It's really easy to have a fake memory or a memory that's been implanted. That's why you need a good psychologist, one who's not going to give you the memory and lead you to something that they don't know actually happened, because that's easy to do, actually. It's not necessarily their fault or vindictive or anything, but it's harder. And yeah, you can... Our memories are fucked constantly. Like, we don't remember anything properly, really. Everything's a little bit twisty and a little bit weird. But that's okay. And I'm sure we all have memories of things that didn't actually happen somewhere. Something, usually childhood. Super timey-wimey too, exactly. Exactly. And it relies on your inner dialogue, absolutely. Your emotions at the time, connections to other things that may have happened in the past. Hindsight is a huge thing. Looking at things through rose-tinted glasses or memories being tarnished because of later experiences. You can remember something happening with someone and actually they weren't there, it was someone else, but you have such a clear memory of their face. Yeah, so it's very, very easy to have a memory that's not, like, legit, which is why hypnosis isn't perfect and why it's not admissible in a courtroom. You can't use it as evidence in court. Ghost, thanks for the follow, I really appreciate that. Oh, and Ivy and Haptic and Breezy, thank you guys for the follows too. I'm sorry that I missed those if you're still here. Yeah. And EMDR kind of does the same thing. But I think it's a little bit more rigorous, has a little bit more backing, and does specific neurological features rather than just chilling you out. Guided meditation is the more accepted option. Oh, is that true? Interesting. I don't know much about this. I wanna know more about it, because I don't quite understand it. Can hypnosis used to be caught to court women? No. Usually I would be like, if you did it like this. No. Jail. Stockholm Syndrome, on the other hand. Stockholm Syndrome is more about sympathy and empathy with the person who's doing the crime as a defense mechanism. You want to see them as people with emotions who have motivations so that you're not so scared of them hurting you. You know, so you sympathize with them and you empathize, and sometimes it can be so strong that you like defend them to the police and stuff, even though they kidnapped you or whatever. Doesn't happen in everyone. It's something like 18% of people feel a degree of empathy towards the criminals, and that's all it is. It's empathy. It's sympathy. You know, it's not love. A lot of people think it's romance and love. It's not that, but 18%. So you need to kidnap what, like 6 women? One of them will fall in love with you. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's also not romantic love. It's just a little bit of empathy, and you can do that just by being nice to someone. Or just like meeting someone in general. To court women, you just need to act as a vampire werewolf. That's it. It's really simple. Yeah, and all you just need a glitter spray. It's really easy. Glitter spray. But only on parts of your body that you don't see unless you take your shirt off. So you can take your shirt off in the sun and be like, this is the skin of a killer. Yeah, easy, easy. So you're saying the way to get a girlfriend is to kidnap 6? Yes. No. No. It's better odds than my dating history. Please search for the handsome mugshot. That's such a thing. Have you seen mug shorties on Twitter? I have a video on this, actually. I can fix her. Jeremy Meeks. Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy. What did he do, though? Before I show him on stream. What did he do? He's 40? No. He's a convicted felon because he did a gang sweep. What's a gang sweep? Possession of a firearm and theft. Okay. He's not like a pedophilic cannibal or anything I can show him. Here he goes. Oops. That is a mug shorty if I've ever seen one. God damn! What do you mean? What do you mean? That's a mug shot. That is a mug shot. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, where were we? Where were we? Oh yeah, the ACC, the anterior cingulate cortex. So the part of this. That's Riz. Yes, it is. It's in his eyes. Get the lighting right. Could be a modeling headshot. It really could. I wonder if that was what it was in his mind, because he is a model. So I wondered if that was what was in his mind. He's so used to taking pictures. He's just like, same thing, same face, same pose. Or maybe that's just his face. That's just what it looks like. That's just the default. That's crazy. He's so sad. You can fix him, clients. That face should be illegal. I'll see myself out. I think that would be best, Maya, if you saw yourself out, yes. Okay. So, yes, anterior. Isn't anterior front and posterior back? Oh shit, is it? Where is it? Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. Anterior is the front. Thank you. Thank you. I was never sure. Anterior is the front. Posterior is the back. Thank you. That makes sense. You're posterior. Anterior, so it's here. Not there. I was wrong. Thank you. There you go. Got discovered via that mugshot. Do you reckon? Wait, did he really? No. Really? No. Did he? Ante is AM, post is PM. Or posterior means your ass, doesn't it? That's how I would remember it. Anyway, so the anterior cingulate cortex, so this part at the front of the brain, thank you, is about, oh, it does a lot of things, but the thing that's relevant today is error detection and conflict resolution. And it's really easily overridden, just like your prefrontal cortex, which does your reasoning and your critical thinking. It's really easily overridden by your amygdala, which does the fear and anxiety. So if you are anxious and fearful and paranoid and all of those things, your amygdala's popping off or hyperactive or whatever, then it's going to fuck up your anterior cingulate cortex here. And so your ability to see if something's wrong, to see if there's a mistake, to spot the errors in logic, for example, someone else's logic, or to be able to resolve something peacefully, which, you know, Twitter arguments, etc., 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 is going to be really, really, really messed up. And it's going to or in general, this part of your brain can just underperform as well for whatever reason. And so that will do the same thing. And it can also lead to the backfire effect. Have you guys heard of the backfire effect? The backfire effect is when you're logicking someone out of their nonsense. And no matter what you tell them, no matter what evidence you give them, even if the evidence is really, really good, it will have the opposite effect. They will just dig their heels in more and more and more and more and more and grow even more sure of their convictions. Even more sure. Backfire effect. Really annoying. Because it's not necessarily about the thing. It's not necessarily about the thing. It's about the reasons why they want to believe the thing. It's about the emotional connection. It's about the paranoia, the stress. You're lying to me. It's about the community, all the reasons they want to believe in this thing rather than the actual thing itself. So it's not about the logic. It's not about the evidence. Or perhaps the evidence just provides some more fuel for the confirmation bias, right? So flat earthers, if you say, okay, but what about the moon? What about the little reflective, or people who believe the moon landing is fake? What about the little reflective things on the moon that you can shine a light on, for example? And they'll say something like, how do you disprove that? They'll say something like, well, they put those there later to mess with you, or something, or videos of them shining a light on them are fake, you know? And so all of these things, and then their argument in defense of their belief in contradiction to your evidence feels really good. And the reason why is dopamine. We'll come to that. It feels really good, and so that just adds to their beliefs and makes them even more certain that they're right. So flat earthers, if you say, okay, but what about God, what's a piece of evidence against flat earth? Why can't I think of a single one? It's real. Yeah, it's ad hoc, exactly. The sun. Oh yeah. The horizon, pictures from space. Oh yeah, all of that stuff. The way they argue against it is being like, well, those are doctored, those are fake. It's a conspiracy by NASA. It's the horizon isn't actually real. It's just lights that they use. Or look, it's straight, and then they can convince themselves that they're seeing that it's straight and things like that, even if there is a curve or whatever. Or that perhaps their eyes just aren't very good, and that's why they can't see too far in the distance, or there's something up there blocking it, like a mountain or whatever, and that's why they can't see too far, or something like that. Time zones, well, that's clearly just perpetuated by the flickering lights or something. The governments are just telling you that it's nighttime and then turning off the lights, and it's not true. And then their arguments to them will sound more convincing than your evidence, regardless of what you might show them. And then that reinforces their belief, and they grow even more confident in it. And yes. And the reason why it feels good, the reason why that happens, it feels really, really good. And the reason why is because it releases dopamine. Dopamine is a chemical. So the way your brain works, oh my god, I can't believe I haven't done this speech yet. The way your brain works is your brain is full of 86 to about 100 billion neurons, little cells. And the way that you think, feel, move, breathe, or do anything is by those cells throwing chemicals at each other. So these chemicals, it releases, or it causes little action potentials, little electric spikes. And that's what the EEGs pick up. It's the electricity around your brain. But different chemicals, called neurotransmitters, different chemicals like dopamine, like serotonin, they do different things. They also bind to different places in the brain, which, as we know, do different things. So that is how your brain works in general for everything. And dopamine is a neurotransmitter that comes from the nucleus accumbens, which is somewhere here, I think, I'm not sure. But dopamine is your reward and pleasure one. So if you eat some food, this is the best example. This is why I always say it. Addiction, yeah, it does that too. So when you eat some food, your brain goes, that's good for you. That feels good. That's tasty. You should do that more. You should eat food regularly. And then you go, cool, thanks, brain. And then you eat food and then you survive. So that's good. Similarly, if you gamble, it's fun. Maybe you win. Maybe you get close to winning. Dopamine is released. Hey, you should do that more. That's not so good. So dopamine tells your brain what's a good thing for you to do and you should do it more. But it doesn't have a lot of long-term planning and doesn't necessarily know what's good for you in general. So addiction. Dopamine is a big thing in addiction. Yes, huge. More, exactly. The way that addiction works is as you release more dopamine in your brain tries to compensate for that. Because you have a good level of all of these chemicals that you want to maintain. You have a good, healthy level of all of these things that your brain is producing. But if you do things that cause more and more dopamine, your dopamine level keeps getting more and more, and your brain is like, shit, that's too much. That's too much now. So we have to try and reduce that. And the way they try and reduce that is the things that were already producing dopamine in your brain, they get worse. So they close up shop, neurons get destroyed, pathways get destroyed, and they just bring it so that the dopamine you're producing, to include the dopamine that's extra from the gambling, gets back to normal. But the thing is, dopamine causes the feeling, right? So if your levels are back to normal, it doesn't feel as good anymore. You don't get that sensation, that pleasure sensation. So that means that you want to put more dopamine in, so you feel the same way. Because up here feels good, down here feels normal, because it is normal, you know? So you do more, and you do more, and then your brain adjusts again, and you do more, and you do more, and your brain adjusts again. And so that's why with addiction, it's more. And drugs as well, same thing. No matter what it is you're putting in your brain, it's drugs, and all of that. So your brain adjusts, and that's bad. That's bad. And that's why you get withdrawal symptoms, because your brain has adjusted. So when you stop taking that chemical, let's say you've taken loads, and your brain has destroyed all of the factories that are producing it for themselves and all of that so that it can maintain it. And then you stop you stop gambling, or you stop taking meth or whatever it is. And now what happens is, because it incorporated all of the extra chemical that you were putting in, you take that away, your level's like down here now. Shit. You know? And so you feel awful. You're way below the level you should be. You feel disgusting. If it's coffee, you get headaches. If it's alcohol, you get seizures. And all of these things. If it's addiction, you get all, I don't know, what is it? Addiction, that's what withdrawal symptoms are. It's your brain having not enough of that chemical anymore. Now your brain will adjust back again. It will build up the factories because it's always trying to get back to normal, but it takes a little bit of time. You just have to wait. The way to get through withdrawal is wait. But it's very hard for people, because the addiction causes you to be desperate to take that thing again. It's all you can think about. You need to take that thing again. Hi Ars, what's up? Meth is bad. It is. Controversial opinion. Hi Soda, hi Ars, thanks for the follows. I appreciate that. Is cheese addicting? Well, anything can be addictive. Literally anything can be addictive, because dopamine is addictive. So if something makes you feel good, like cheese, then yeah, same thing. People get addicted to silly things like eating drywall because it has some kind of emotional thing, or their brain is fucked up. So there was a woman who was addicted to eating drywall. There's a TLC YouTube video about her, of course. And the reason for that is because she got totally messed up because she was mourning a loss. Her mum died or something like that. And she didn't know, she was not dealing with it. So she started eating drywall. And then for some reason that gave her a sense of control. Really weird. Gave her a sense of control and dopamine. And then she got addicted to it and she couldn't stop. Really fucking weird, man. Really weird. Yeah, heroin, same thing. Addiction to everything. Yeah. Even just one time. I wouldn't recommend taking heroin even just one time. I wouldn't recommend doing that. But I'm not your mum, do what you want. But don't do that. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be physical things. Absolutely. You can be addicted to love, relationships, boys who treat you a certain way, girls who treat you a certain way. Yeah, literally anything. Thrill seekers. Same thing, that's why they keep pushing it. Why they do more and more dangerous stuff. Because it's the same thing. Yeah, so dopamine gets released. In this context, dopamine gets released when you think that you're right about something. Stuff like, exactly. Oh, yeah. Maya, as well. If you think you're right about something. If you've come up with an argument that feels good, dopamine gets released. So if you can, if you can fight back against round earthers and prove them wrong with your flat earth theories, that feels good, even if you're wrong. And they're right. It's okay, because you're convinced by it, so you win. You know? And that gets more and more and more and more and more. And that's why one of the reasons why a lot of conspiracy theorists believe all conspiracy theories, not just one, because they want more and more and more and more. Same thing. Hi, Multi. What if you dissociate from your brain and just don't do the thing it tells you? Well, that might cause more problems, potentially. Yeah, just say no. God, why haven't they thought that? Guys, have you just tried not being addicted to something? Have you just tried not being sad? Easy. The smart water's making her smart. Not sponsored. Hi, Tor. It's currently filled with tap water. So, you know, British bathroom water is making me smart. Thank you for implying that I'm smart. Easy, just don't be depressed. It's actually so simple. Just stop it. Have you tried not doing that? Yeah, so, where do we get to? Dopamine? Sure. Okay, and the last thing is the insula. What? The insula. Right in there. That's why it's called insula, I assume, because it's inside you. The insula. Basically, what this does is, well, it does a lot of things, again, but what it does for our purposes is it causes, it's the thing behind a lot of gut feeling, right? So it's the thing that tells you that your gut feelings must be inherently true. It's your sense of perception of self a little bit. If you have an emotion that you can't place, you must be right. It's your instincts. Now, instincts have a lot of credit to them, like I said earlier in the stream. Instincts have a lot of credit to them. If you're really experienced and you know a lot about stuff, then your instincts are probably going to be right about it. But if you don't know anything about anything, if you have no experience in this, your instincts are probably going to be wrong. So if you have a lot of experience in something, follow your instincts. Police officers, or well, unless they're biased in other ways, not political, but police officers in general, detectives, people who with lots and lots of 20 years of experience in the field, they might get a feeling about someone and they might be right. They're more likely to be right. But again, excluding other biases that could interfere with that. Not political, not talking about it. But or if you go to a lot of parties and you deal with a lot of weird people, you walk into a party and you're like, this is bad vibes. You can't put your finger on why, but it's bad vibes. You're probably right. But if you're not a police officer, or you're not a, let's say detective. If you're not a detective, or you've been working for like 6 months as a detective, and you don't know a lot about it, maybe, then you're not gonna be good. Your instincts aren't gonna be right, basically. It's very unlikely your instinct is gonna be right. Don't listen to it. If you're not good at people, like if you haven't learned a lot about why people think a lot of different things, and you don't have a lot of experience talking and understanding and trying to logical empathy actively with a lot of different kinds of people, and you haven't like thought about stuff like that, you're not gonna have a gut instinct about someone. Not really. You might have a gut instinct about particular kinds of people that you know very well. So usually if you have a run-in with someone with a really bad empathy disorder, and let's say this person isn't very nice to you, if you had more than one partner who's a little bit abusive in a similar way, then you might have a gut instinct about that. there's something off about this person. And I think it's this. Because you've had lots of experience in it. But in general, you're not going to be good at people if you don't have experience with people. You're not going to be good as good instincts about detectiveness if you haven't had experience with that. And there's no such thing as someone having good instincts full stop about everything. There's no such thing. You don't know everything. You don't have experience with everything. There isn't time. Instincts are generally good. Instincts are good if you know about the thing. Instincts suck and are meaningless if you don't. In general. Yeah, that's what I would say. So I can't cross roads. I'm really bad at crossing roads because I don't really go anywhere by myself. Not really. I don't really leave my room. I don't have a lot of experience with going places. So I'm not very good at roads. I'm also really easily distracted. I have other things wrong with me that make me bad at crossing roads. Therefore, my instincts about whether or not it's safe suck. The number of times I've stepped out in front of a motorcycle, very annoying for the motorcyclist. I feel bad. You know, I also have backwards hearing, which doesn't help. Anyway, but I am good at people. I can spot a dickhead from a mile away and I stand by this. You did well at DreamHack. I did not get hit by a car at DreamHack. That's so true. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad someone noticed, man. I'm glad someone noticed. But, yeah. So I do not trust my instincts when it comes to street smarts at all. I'm wrong most of the time. And I will double, triple check and trust other people and really focus. But with people, I can spot a dickhead from a mile away and I'm never wrong. That might be confirmation bias. I'm probably wrong all the time, but I'm never wrong. Bad drivers are easy to spot because it's 90%. Oh no. How does backwards hearing work? Oh, so that's just what I call it. But I can't tell if something's coming from in front or behind me. I don't know why. There might just be something easily fixable with my ears. I can't tell. I can tell left and right. I can't tell forward and back. So it's a little bit embarrassing because sometimes if I'm trying to, like, if someone's calling my phone, I have to find my phone. Sometimes I just have to pivot my head so I can tell if it's coming from this direction. Because I can't just do it if I'm facing this way. And, like, it sounds the same to me. And, like, it's oftentimes my friend will call my phone because I've lost it. I lose my phone all the time. Anyway, distractible. But I've lost my phone and my friend will call it. And it's really embarrassing because it's very clearly to them over there. But I will immediately go like this. And they're like, Perry, what the fuck? What are you doing? So stupid. Link for proof. Did I stream at I did not scream at a cyclist. He was far away. He was really far away. He didn't hear me. He didn't hear me. This is slander. This is slander.
Why are you so... What are you bringing?
Sorry.
Why are you so... What are you bringing?
Oh shit, he wasn't that far away. Oh shit, I didn't know! I didn't mean to yell at him. Oh no, that was an accident.
Why are you so... What are you bringing?
Oh, so I wasn't yelling at the cyclist, I was yelling at the train. I was yelling at the train, because the train had a weird slogan on it. I don't remember what it was. It was like... It's something to do with, like, bringing something. I don't remember. But the train had a really weird slogan on it, and it was a joke. And I was yelling at the train, as you can see, this train right here. But I didn't see the cyclist come up from behind me. I didn't see him.
What are you bringing?
But it was unfortunate timing. Okay? Public menace. Very... I didn't mean to. It was very, very bad. Very bad. Yes, this is the London Underground. Oh, this is worse in silence. I'm sorry. Famously, we have grass, trees, and a sky on the Underground. God damn it. Okay, where did we get to? Insula. Yes. Gut feeling. Okay, so people, if you have an overactive insula, basically, this part. If you have an overactive insula, you might trust your gut feeling more. Things might feel right. You're more likely to trust yourself, even though you're wrong. Hence why, if people have a gut feeling about technology that the government has to produce hurricanes, for example, you have a gut feeling that this isn't right. They're lying about this. But really, obviously, you have absolutely no idea how that technology works. But you're gonna trust your gut instinct. Because your insular is fucked up. Oh, I spelled insular wrong. Oh, that might be what... Okay, it's still not on here, but I did spell it wrong. Whoops. Would leeches balance my humors? You can give it a go. I'm not qualified to give anyone advice. When is my birthday? It wasn't yesterday. I don't give that away. My birthday. It's top secret, sorry. Top secret. Because, I don't know, it's become a game to me at this point. Like my age and my birthday, I don't give it away. It's become a game. I bamboozled famouspeople.org. I'm on famouspeople.org. I know, I think they have a very low threshold. But, nah, I'm pretty cool, man. I'm a star. Anyway, I bamboozled them. They said I was 20 to 28. That's vague enough. Oh, yeah. Nah, it's not really a game. It's not really a secret, either. It's not a secret. You're pretty cool even though you get your facts wrong. Thank you, Grace. I appreciate that. Oh, top secret. I just like saying that. It's not even a secret. It's not even a game. I don't know. I don't know why. Right. Cool. Okay, so here's something that people ask a lot. Now, especially with the hurricane thing. Let's full circle. So something that we started with was Marjorie. The reason we're talking about this is there was a Hurricane Milton, about a few weeks ago on October 10th. And everyone's pissed off at Marjorie, quite rightly, because on the fucking day... oh, do I have to scroll through all of this again? On the goddamn day, she posted, the government controls the weather, it's all a conspiracy, and the hurricane that killed loads of people in Tampa. Hey! Don't laugh like that. Who killed loads of people in Tampa was actually a government conspiracy because they're trying to kill off Republican voters. That's what she maybe allegedly believes. The government are trying to kill Republican voters, so they create hurricanes, send them to Florida, where the Republican voters are. And that's what she thinks. Isn't she government? She wishes. No, it's a Democrat now, right? It's a Democrat government. So she's not part of it. So something about Marjorie, right? Something about Marjorie. Or related to Marjorie. People ask a lot, do right-wing people, not political, are they more likely to believe in conspiracy theories? Now, conspiracy theories, or belief in them, are not restricted to right-wing people. There are lots of very left-wing people who also believe in conspiracy theories. Not restricted at all. But statistically, yes. They are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories. For some reasons that actually make sense. Like the fact that they value order, structure, certainty, hierarchy a little bit more, right? So they're more inclined to want to ascribe reasons to things, put things in a box, in a framework that they understand. They're also more likely to do agency detection. So someone has to be behind this because they want to ascribe a satisfying cause to everything. They also are more inclined to have in-group, out-group, not necessarily biases, but they place more values on that with policies. So, you know, they took our gerbs. That sort of vibe. You know. And they place a lot of value on things like societal saneness, morality, for whatever that means. So they are more prone to being afraid of threats to it, which contributes to the whole in-group, out-group thing. Basically, they're more scared of these things, which leads to them more likely believing in conspiracy theories for all of the stuff that we've talked about before. Also, these sorts of conspiracy theories are more often shared amongst... They just happen to be. I don't know if there's any particular reason for this, but they're more likely to be shared amongst right-leaning social media and things like that. For some reason. I don't know why that is. And so the echo chambers are a little bit more intense on that part of the internet. So yes, but it's not exclusive. Everyone can believe in conspiracy theories. But the answer is there is a little bit of a correlation, yes. Which is interesting. It's interesting for lots of different reasons. But you can kind of see why based on values that they have versus other side. Not political. Morality is needed. It just depends how you define it. Everyone defines it differently, is the thing. Alright. Wonder where the bird's not real thing started. That is very fun. I think it's satire. It's satire, but yeah, obviously. But where? You're right, Brian. Where did it start? Maybe like was there another conspiracy that was similar to that? I don't know. Reddit, yeah, absolutely. Was there another conspiracy? Like these people aren't real or something, something, something? Was there another conspiracy that I missed that was similar and then someone said that to mock it? Probably. It started as a joke. Oh, they did a documentary about it being satire. That's really fun. That's really, really fun. Lizard people. Oh, maybe it was the lizard people. Yeah, like it was an Illuminati thing. The politicians are actually secretly lizards or clones or whatever. And therefore... That's fun. Jones. Hi, viewers. What's up? Thanks for the follow. There's rumor about a new generation of drones disguised as birds is in there somewhere as well. Oh, that's fun. They might make drones look like birds. They might do that. I mean, it's probably a good idea. Right? If you wanted to disguise your drone, and there's lots of reasons why you might want to disguise your drone, not that you necessarily should, but there's probably, yeah, it's probably not a bad plan, to be honest. All right.
Gosh.
There are already drones like that. Oh yeah, I believe it. Of course. I like the dragonfly ones. Those are my favorite. The CIA ones are drones. Guys. Thank you so much for the stream today. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't, do it anyway. Twitter for announcements, Instagram for pictures, and Discord for everything else. I got a TikTok, a YouTube, and a Twitch, and I post regularly, so make sure to subscribe. And the next stream is tomorrow at 1 p.m. British summertime. I'll see you there. Not summertime. Oh shit, we've changed. GMT. Greenwich Mean Time. We've changed. 1 p.m. If you don't know what time that is, you can have a little look on my schedule and my about, because it should be in your time zone too, or on the Discord. We have a schedule section on the Discord, blah, 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 blah. 1 p.m. GMT is what it is now. Thank you guys so much for today. I had so much fun. And that's it. Be really nice to Loxa. She's very, very cool. She does a lot of tech projects as well, but she's mostly a gamer and a very, very cool gamer and very funny and very nice. So enjoy her. And that's stream. Yeah. Wait. I had a song for this. Oh, yeah. This one. This is super relevant. This is so relevant to today. Escape me. Yo, do you know this song? It's so good. That glowed in the dark made it special. I don't know how this goes. Dangerous. It's cloud busting. If you're still here, it's about a dude who makes the weather. Anyway, bye.